Peace and blessings, family. This is your brother, Asar Imhotep, with the Madhu and Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture, as well as the Martin Delany Center for Egyptology. And today is Sunday, April the 17th, 2022. And it is an open forum, question and answer uh, show. So I will be sharing the link so that you can join the conversation in just a little bit. But all of that and more when we return in just a moment. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And we are live, and I am back on campus today. So, excuse the background. I'm next to the teaching studio. So, you may see some people walk through if anybody has anything scheduled there. But so today, April the 17th, 2022, and it is an open forum. And I wanted to have the open forum today and kind of continue the conversation that we was having on Friday, based on the topic, how ancient Egypt stole African culture. And I know many people have questions regarding that show. So this is your opportunity to ask questions or to, make a statement, what you like, dislike. And of course, it will be, everyone will be invited on the panel. And so a little bit later, I will share the panel link so that you can join the conversation live. And so let me change this up real quick to make that public. Hopefully it will show up there. And so we're only streaming on Facebook and YouTube today, so no Twitter. But you can find me on my Twitter page as well and like that page. So as always, I like to give a shout out to everyone who has made themselves known in the chat room on YouTube, that is. And so peace and blessings to Stephen McKinney. And I will come back and address your question in just a moment. Peace and blessings to Tamika One. Always good to have your support. And make sure, as she does, make sure you subscribe. And Jedu Amin Ra is in the building. Thank you. And Shun Carvano, if I'm saying it, or Shun Carvano, maybe you can help me pronounce it better. But thank you for joining the conversation. Amadi Reserve is in the building. Thank you. Sharp Spear and Aron Edwards and Tony Macaroni is in the building. Thank y'all for joining. Richard Sheffield is in the building. And I will get back to your question in just a moment. Pure Black is in the building. And Al Cabalon Mine, all the way from the West Coast, is in the building. And please forgive me if I mispronounce this name. It sounds South African, but you could correct me if I'm wrong. What is this? Shumin Kimoshe, or hold on. Humin Nico Misho, Shinana. I'm messing it all up, but hopefully you can correct me on how to pronounce that, because I don't know if that's a kus sound or a shu. I know sometimes in Congo they'll use an X for shu sometimes, or if it's one of those click type sounds, I'm not sure. But it is nice to have you in the chat and on the program. So thank you for joining. Edward Nigma 9x9 is in the building, and Musa Nkele is another one with the X. So y'all help me pronounce the X correctly in these South African names. And we have Nesubiti Amenhotep is in the building. Thank you. And Donnie Williams says, return of the Mac once again, indeed. And we have Travel Light in the building. Man himself is in the building. He says, Namibian X is Ku. So it's Kumenikil Mesho. All righty. Thank you very much. I will try my best to get it, because I'm pretty sure it's a difference, like a ku, something like that. If I'm anywhere near close, because I don't know if that H is aspirated or not. But hopefully, when I put the link in the chat, you can click the link and let us hear it, so that I can, if you come back on, and even throughout this program, I can pronounce your name correctly. I want to make sure I pronounce all names correctly. So we have Sajada, AA is in the building, or Sajda, or Saida, if I'm saying that correctly. Thank you for joining. He said, yeah, it's Southern Africa. Indeed. Rakim 77 is in the building. Gregory Petit is in the building. He says, you know what? That theory of yours makes a whole lot of sense. Indeed. Fitz1 is in the building. Big up and respect to you. And Sunjata Nzambi is in the building. So thank each and every one of you for joining the conversation, and for your attendance. And so as always, just a few announcements that the Hoppy One Africa Power and Unity Conference will be happening at the end of this month on April the 30th and on May the 1st. That is a Saturday and Sunday, respectively. And it is a 2-day conference that will have a number of speakers and some new speakers. If you've been following, over the past month or so, a number of the speakers have changed just a little bit. And so we have some new speakers that have been added. So I am going to list those speakers. So the speakers include Dr. Malana Karenga, Shahrazad Ali, Professor James Smalls, Riza Islam, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Rosalind Jeffries, Kaba Hiawatha Kamini, and that should be Dr. Kaba Hiawatha Kamini, Dr. Susan Tata, Brother Infudishi Jehuti Mess, Dr. Teofalo Benga, Dr. Ken Harris, who will actually be hosting the event, our good brother Jabari Osaze, Professor Bayina Bello, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and of course, your brother Asar Imhotep will be in the building. And so I'm not sure if I mentioned Dr. Teofalo Benga, but Dr. Teofalo Benga as well. So it is going to be a very powerful event, and you can either attend live if you're in the Detroit area, or you can go and purchase a live stream ticket, as it will be live streamed across the world if you can't make it in person. So make sure that you go to hoppyfilm.com and get yourself a ticket. Again, it is the One Africa. And the theme is Power in Unity. It is a 2-day conference that will be live streamed from Detroit. And you can go to hoppyfilm.com to purchase either your live stream tickets, or if you're going to be there in person. And if you're going to be there in person, of course, there's always limited spacing. So make sure that you purchase your ticket today. So I look very much forward to that conference. And so I will see you there. And of course, make sure you pick up the latest text, which is Chiluba Maweja, Yoruba Orisha, an ancient Egyptian Ak, an explanatory etymological study. And that is from me, 2021. Also in 2021, Muntu Wine Zombie by Dr. Chilemalema Mukinge, a portrait of human as God's special creation. And you can get both of these texts at, oh, no, that's the wrong link. Where we go? Here we go, at maduandelapress.com. So MADUNDELA press.com. And so, and lastly, just to keep you informed that at the end of August, I will be releasing Race and Identity in Ancient Egypt, Volume 1, Towards a Meaning for the Place Name Kemet. So, I'm going to just start all kinds of riots everywhere in these internet streets and in academia. You just know how we do. So keep your ears to the streets to see when this will be released. All righty. And so let me go back to the chat. And let me first address, and again, for those of you who are just joining, this is an open discussion, and I will be placing the link in the chat in just a moment. I'm going to address these first two questions that I saw, and then we can get the ball rolling. And so Stephen McKenzie asks, he says, Hotep Brother Asar and family, question. How do you go about teaching through your African philosophy while having American European education? And I'm not sure how you're wording and what you mean by the question. In other words, are you asking, how do I teach African philosophy and the like, when there are American European, with people who have an American European education and culture? Or are you asking, how is it possible for me to teach that, as someone who has gone through the American European education system? If it is the latter, well, that's the whole point of the Re-African orientation process in the study. So remember, although I went to school for computer information systems and have continued on in computer science, my minor was in African studies. And so not only did I have that foundation on the collegiate level, of course, I've expanded those studies and attended conferences and, been able to research and publish, in these in this area in terms of Africology. And so, the motivation, just comes as a result of being a Black person in the United States. But the process is not difficult at all. And so if anything, the American European education system will motivate you to learn more about your history and culture, because of the deep entrenched racism here in the United States, and their insistence that you are different, and them wanting you not to be a part of the social system and not teaching about your heritage and things in the standard curriculum education, it actually motivates you to want to learn more about yourself. And so, I just take advantage of the inherent racism of the American school system. And so that's really all you need yourself. And so I saw a different question. Here we go, from Richard Sheffield. He says, a Baragani family, I have a question. Did Bantu people originate in what is now South Africa? My personal opinion is no. I know there is evidence of, like Homo sapiens having a long history, out of South Africa, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they were Bantu speakers. And so we got to remember that Bantu, when we talk about Bantu languages, when we talk about Bantu people, quote unquote, we're really speaking about languages. There's no Bantu like inherent phenotype or set of genes that you can have. Bantu, as we use it, is a language grouping. And so, but there are differing theories in terms of where the Bantu languages originate. And so the dominant theory is that it originates in what is kind of like the borders of Nigeria and Cameroon. And then there's a minority opinion that it originates more so in the Great Lakes. And I am of the opinion that it originates in the Great Lakes. And for several different reasons, but that is a show unto itself. And so maybe we can revisit that in the future. But before we continue this conversation, I'm going to need each and every one of you who is listening live or catching the archive to that is right. Thumb up the video and make sure that you invite your friends and colleagues to view the current conversation and to join the conversation. And so, as promised, I am going to share the link if you want to join the panel. Here is the link. And I'm going to have to go to YouTube in order to pin the link at the top. So let me do that first. And now I can go and pin the link to the top. So if you are on YouTube, you can, just go to the top of the chat and join the conversation. And so it should be shared on the Asar Imhotep page as well. That is currently live streaming. So you should see it there. So, and let me see. And I lost my page. So let me scroll now and see. And where is this piece of blessings? I think I went down there. Donnie Williams. I don't know if I said a shout out to you just yet. And Fitz1 is in the building. Thank you. Yes, and thank you, Brother Sheffield. So welcome to the Umongi. He says that he has his live stream tickets, And of course, he's talking about the One Africa Conference. Make sure you visit hoppyfilm.com to make sure that you get your tickets. So thank you for the support. Brother Sheffield, Pure Black says, did he say Rizza Islam? Yes, I did. And, I have no control over who's on the guest, but he's in the building, so he will be there. So for those of you who like and understand Rizza Islam, he will be in the building. So Sheffield says you left out Rizza Islam. Nope, I mentioned Rizza Islam. And Dr. Alicia Watkins, I mentioned her. She was the last name that I mentioned. And yes, to Sister Tamika. And Gideon Appleseed says, if African American have a spirit animal, what would it be? The animal must be from African. I'm assuming you mean Africa. Don't know. I don't know what the spirit animal would be, since maybe it would be the leopard. I'll probably say the leopard. Let me see. Rizza's on the same dude that said he's never been vaccinated, and he said he's never been sick a day in his life. Yep, that is Islam. Again, I have no control over who was been invited and who's going to be on, but we have enough good scholars that whatever y'all believe about Brother Rizza Islam, it should cancel out. And Brendan Sims says that sorry, you're a big troublemaker. Peace and blessings to you as well. I'm not a troublemaker. I'm just a truth teller, and I just tell truth differently. And so here we go. If African Americans have experience around that resent us, what would it be that resent us? And it must be from African. I think zebras. No, I don't know about zebras. My grandmother says we come from the Great Lakes. Indeed, it's probably true, because I know a number of Bantu speaking groups that are on the west side of Central Africa who originate from the Great Lakes. And so Amadi Reserve says that Proto-Bantu exists in Cameroon. Proto-Bantu doesn't exist anywhere. Proto-Bantu is a theory of the proto-language for a number of daughter languages that survive today. So Proto-Bantu doesn't exist. The evidence of its existence is alive and well in the daughter languages. And so, but there's in terms of the argument that it originates in Cameroon, there, in my personal opinion, there's little to no evidence of such. But that again is another discussion, and so we'll reserve that when we have time to tackle all the details. And Jabril Job says, hey, Asar, I just found out about my DNA that I have 1% Spanish, but I don't know if it's I don't know any lineage or with European ancestry, but I'm originally from Senegal. I know we're the Moors at some point. That's probably the case, because when these North African and Arab groups went into Spain, of course, they intermingled and exchanged genetic material, as we like to say in science, with the native Spanish people. So if you got 1%, like that is, a cousin of a cousin, that is showing up in your DNA. So you probably wouldn't necessarily be aware of any lineage like that. And so Richard Sheffield asked, does this language group of Bantu have a constituent culture or some social identifications? I'm not sure of what you mean. if you could be a little bit more clear on your question, I'll make sure that I address it. And Pure Black says Bantu languages such as Swahili, Zulu, Chichua, and Bemba are spoken by an estimated 24 million speakers in 27 African countries. Indeed. Let me see. Shun Corvano says, Brother Sar, is there any evidence of the Passover in ancient Egypt? And do the Russian Arab bots claim that the Passover killed their firstborns? I don't know. In terms of the latter question you asked, I don't know if the Russian bots, believe in the story of Moses and the killing of the firstborn Egyptians. However, are there any evidence over in ancient Egypt? I don't think so. Not in the way that you probably would be thinking in terms of biblical discussion. But there's evidence that really the Passover was a time of a first fruits celebration. And what happened is that the Hebrews or the Israelites, took that time and then made it into something else. And I remember reading over this a while ago, and I hope I still remember where the initial argument was made for that, and maybe we could share that at a different time. But to my personal knowledge, no, not in the same way. But it's a first. The Passover initially was a first fruits or harvest celebration, in Canaan that the Israelites adopted, but made it into something else. So, with their myth of Moses and the like. Let me see. One Africans will be worth a mission. Some elders may not be here afterwards. Exactly. Let me see. African World. I think Anamani Reserve is talking about semi-Bantu. What is the difference there? I would have to show you more so than I can tell you in terms of what they're calling quote unquote semi-Bantu. So semi-Bantu is supposed to be these languages that have affinities with the main Bantu languages, but they don't have all or even a remote fraction. Like there's some scant evidence in terms of the so-called typological features of the Bantu languages, and more so the noun classes. And so you have your so-called grassfield and semi-Bantu languages, but it's also possible that those languages could have been influenced by Bantu, from an east-west trajectory. So again, it's that's one of those conversations that takes an initial conversation and then a subsequent series broken up into parts, because certain things you'll just have to see and understand about the arguments for and against the Cameroonian origin of the Nigerian Cameroonian origin, which is ironic because I came across this. Let me see if I can find this one. There's a YouTube video of, and I'm trying to get the sister on. I've been looking. I've reached out, but I haven't heard a response yet. But I'm looking. I'm trying to find her, and y'all just hold on one second. I'm trying to find this. This video. Here it is what is Gimbu? And so the Gimbu, let me share my screen real quick. And so y'all can get an idea of what I'm talking about. So for many folks, the Gembu Plateau in Nigeria is allegedly where the Bantus, kind of around the area in which the Bantu speakers are supposed to originate. And there is an author, and I forgot her name. Let me see. No, from the second video. Let me see, John. Her name is Dr. Nzikachia Isaac Bami Yuno. And she did a presentation way back in 2011 titled The Bantu Who Stayed Home, the Mabila Region in Africa, in African History, 2011. But what's crazy is that when you go to and talk with many of the people in Mabila, in Nigeria, the oral tradition says that they come from Central Africa. And if this is the case, then this would help to demonstrate exactly what I mean, that the Bantu did not start in Nigeria, Cameroon border, that it started somewhere in Central or Eastern Africa near the Great Lakes, and the people spread west up to the borders of Nigeria. And so, and again, it's a big topic, but I just wanted to at least give you this. And so the Gembu, inside the Mabila Plateau in Nigeria, you can go and look there. But there's also the actual video. Let me unshare my screen real quick and reshare it again. You will see. So if you can find this video, Meet the Mambila people of Nigeria and their history from Central Africa. Right? So this is the video where the interviewer, who's Nigerian, is interviewing many of the locals there, and they're talking about that they came from, their history talks about they come from Central Africa. But you have this one scholar, the one who I mentioned earlier, who claims that these are the Bantu people who never left. Well, that can't be the case. And it's a very nuanced and complicated conversation, but so I'm just giving you those things there that you can build from there. So I hope that helps. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and then I will continue down. And Charles Bennett says, "Peace, Hotep, brother Asar. Why don't school?" I think you may have cut it off. Let me see. He says, "That's what I thought. Thanks." Rwan Fall is in the building. Peace and blessings. Remember, this is it's a question and answer, and it's an open forum. So the link, for those of you who are just joining, the link to join the conversation is on YouTube in the chat. It's all the way at the top. It's been pinned to the top. So if you want to join the conversation, I saw someone come in earlier, then they dropped out. And so I don't know if they're having trouble or just didn't, want to come in. But if, the link is there, and it should be pinned at the top. So let me continue. Richard says, "Brother Sarn, these DNA registries have people twisted. They don't take in migration, nor do they know enough about the original DNA." It's an ongoing, it's a field that is updating literally daily. And so with genetics, you're just going to have to kind of understand that, different databases have a different amount of DNA samples, And so until all of this is really kind of consolidated, you won't know to what degree these DNA samples are representative of reality and the like. But we really need to start having more deeper programs and conversations about science and DNA in general, so that we as laypersons can better understand the scientific data and know what it's saying and what it is not saying at the same time. And so I see we have that good guy who has joined the conversation. And hold up one second. Of course, you got Spanish blood. A lot of Amazigh came back with Spanish genes. Then they mixed with Nairs, who came back down. The Blackmores from the Amaravid came mainly from Senegal, indeed. And we got Brother Garfield in the building. Garfield says he wants to debate. The link is right there. It's an open forum. And so I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to bring our guest in. And so Charles Bell says, so Tech Brother Sar, why do scholars ignore Nabta Playa, astronomical megalithic civilization that predates Stonehenge and clearly possibly the earliest Egyptians' form of advanced culture, and it's ignored? We have to be careful when we say, why do scholars? There are some scholars who are very much interested in Nabta Playa and mention it heavily. Many of our scholars, for example, Dr. Charles S. Finch, has a good chapter dealing with Nabta Playa in his text, The Star Deep Beginnings, the African origins of science and technology, right? And so, we've been dealing with the Nabta Playa and stuff for a long time. Even in Black Genesis by Robert Raval, stresses Nabta Playa. What we also have to remember is that Egyptology as an academic field of study is very vast, and you cannot be an expert in everything Egyptian. It will take you a lifetime to get very deep in this. So what people do is they have their basic and their core in Egyptology, and then they specialize in a certain area. So, some people may be more focused on the art. Some people may be more focused on the language. Some people may only deal with Middle Kingdom. Some people may only deal with pre-dynastic archaeology. Some people may only kingdom or Greco-Roman periods, et cetera, et cetera. Some people may focus only on the creative literature. Some people may only focus on the religion and spirituality. Some people focus on the science. Some people focus on the medicine. It is very wide, the range in which you can be absorbed into the study of ancient Egypt and its civilization. So remember, it's over 3,500 years old in terms of pharaonic Egypt and its pre-dynastic time. And so that's a lot of ground to cover. So, all scholars are not going to need to even refer to Nabta Playa. So when we're talking about astrological, astronomical phenomena, it is, it's only a few scholars who are even interested in that to even be have a care and concern. So I'll just leave that at that for the moment. And I see we have someone else who has joined the conversation, Omani Ahmadi, if I'm saying that correctly. And I just want to go back to first that good guy and say, welcome to the program. Welcome to the Mbongi. And do you have a statement? Question?
I really have a question, a form of a statement and a question. Peace to your soul, peace to everybody out there. Peace. I just want to know the concept of, because they have Moon Knight, right? And Moon Knight got a Kasum, right? I think my question is Kasum and Mut and the father, I forgot his name, is that the first original concept of the trio? And if so, can you explain it?
If I understand you correctly, you're talking about Kansu and Mut.
Kasum.
Yes. And are they the first Trinity? I'm not sure if they are necessarily, and it's hard to, we sometimes we have to word things very carefully, because let's say, for example, that the Osiris, Heru, and Isis is the first recorded Trinity concept, in Egyptian history. But that wouldn't necessarily mean it's the oldest. It's just that that is the first recorded. While the Kansu, Mut, and whatever, or Ptah and whoever, they could be older. Because, remember that, you have an oral tradition that precedes the written tradition. And so we just got to keep those things in mind. So I'm not sure off the top of my head which Trinity concept is older. So I can't accurately answer your question in terms of which is older, or which one do we have the evidence for the recorded form first. And so I'm pretty sure we can look it up live online. Onto Mut, Trinity. Let's see. We're dealing with it because this is Min-Nefer in Thebes. So I'm going to this one source. This is a Trinity of these, because the moon, his consort moon, and his son Kansu. They were worshiping ancient Egypt, man, to Christ. See, I don't know. So I mean, if they're neck and neck with the Osiris Trinity, because I think Osiris really doesn't come on the scene heavily until like around the fourth or fifth dynasty. You get some loose possible references a little earlier, but you don't really get a story until like that fourth or fifth dynasty. So I don't know. That's something I would have to look into. But it's a good question, and we'll revisit that. And so we have Omani Amadi, and Tasha's just joined us, and Richard Sheffield has just joined us. And so welcome to you two. I'm going to start off first with Omani, and then I'll go to Tosh, and then Brother Sheffield. All righty. Go ahead, Brother Omani.
Yes, peace. Yeah, you definitely pronounced it right.
All right.
Okay, so my question is, have you done any research in regards to the linguicide, the death of the known African languages? Have you done any work on that?
Well, not necessarily like as a focus, but when you're doing linguistic studies, that is something that is brought up a lot in terms of the death of languages. So languages, come in and out of existence, naturally all the time for various reasons. But, it seems to be exacerbated in more recent times because of the advent of globalization and colonialism. And many different groups, have abandoned or were forced to, abandon their languages, like African Americans, for example, because of the slave Holocaust. Like in places like Brazil and stuff. And you'll catch some of these words every now and then the grammar and then the sound system, but as kind of an underlying substrate, as we would say. However, the full, just fluent speaking, it has been abandoned, for various reasons. And some people, like, for example, it's this brother, this Sudanese brother who we originally set up a show, but for some reason, I don't know if this was the government's fault in Sudan where he is at, but they have blocked certain websites. And so when we was trying to, record our conversation, he was unable to use the StreamYard service that we have, that I'm using right now. And I don't have a Zoom account, and I didn't want to pay for two different podcast software to be using at the same time. Maybe when I'm just balling like that and I don't care about the expenses. But I don't have Zoom. I don't use Zoom. I use the StreamYard. And the brother who I was going to bring on, he's a Sudanese brother, but he doesn't know his ancestral language, because all they speak is Arabic now. And so his he knows his group, his tribe, but there's no record of his language that his ancestors spoke. And that's because of the invasion of the Arabs and the domination of Islam in Sudan. And so, he has related groups to his that they still speak their language, but his language he has no record of. And I'm afraid that is probably what happened to a number of groups in the Sudan, and it's probably why it is so hard, or why we haven't deciphered Maradic yet. Because my first hypothesis is that the original Maradic speakers were probably forced to abandon their language, and they've adopted Arabic. And because we lost that language, we no longer have a means to verify the Maradic language. But and some people just, because another group's language and their culture or whatnot is just more dominant, they may not be forced to abandon their language. But what happens is in one generation, they kind of learn the language as a means to trade with the group, and then the second generation learns more of the language, and by the third generation, they are no longer teaching their native language, because everybody speaks and does business in this language. And so you have evidence, you have examples of that naturally. So, for example, you have people who are ancestrally Bantu speaking people who now speak like the Collagen language, which is a Nilotic language. And these people came from Sudan and migrated into Uganda and Kenya and parts of Ethiopia. And then there's the reverse. You have people who are Collagen and related folks who've abandoned and adopted a Bantu language. Matter of fact, you have a Cushitic group. So we're familiar with the Hutu and the Tutsi, and the genocide that happened in, was it 92 or 94 in Rwanda? The Tutsi, who were the victims of the genocide by the Hutu Bantu speaking people, they are originally Cushitic speaking people who adopted a Bantu language. And for whatever reason, but language death is something that happens all the time. And then there's a certain point where it just can't come back because there's not enough speakers. And, the only people who have been successful at revitalizing a language on the verge of death the Jewish people. And so it's a worthwhile study. And so, but it has not been my particular focus, but it's something that regardless to what any introduction to linguistics courses and the like is going to speak on language death. So I hope that answers some of your question, but is there any particular reason why? Or is there anything more that you wanted to understand and learn as a result of that initial question?
Well, I noticed myself that there's about 50-something languages as we speak that are endangered. So I went to go research to see what happened. And also like you said, the Cushitic folks, there's a couple of Cushitic speakers. Well, they used to speak that branch in Kenya, and that dialect and language went extinct in 1994. So that's recent. That's because they caught some type of sickness, and they had a belief that if they went to a certain lake, and they can cleanse themselves, but where they stayed, the surrounding tribe, Sabarero, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but that language took over. It developed their own, and they lost their original language within one generation. So that's not the only one, but there are others to come, and there's going to be several other languages lost by the end of the century, for sure. Yeah, so that really caught my eye. So I thought it was fascinating and also sad to see.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing, and the problem is that it's not too many of us who are into linguistics as a field, and especially who are native speakers of a language group to want to record the language and history. And so many languages are dying and not being adequately described. No dictionaries, no grammars, no personal recordings. And and this is just around the world, especially with English taking over as the primary language of communication. And matter of fact, I wish I had a copy on me, and I normally do. It's a book called African Voices, and they have a chapter on that in that text. And they describe many of the reasons why, and some of the languages, at least by the time of that publication, that were in danger of dying. But I'm going to go now. Seems like we lost Tosh, and let me see. And I'm scrolling down before I go there. I see Brother Smash Rockwell is in the building. It's like, so Nyana going to tell Asar that Zoom is free. Yes, but I don't want the Zoom logo on the screen. And so, I pay for the version that I'm on. And at least then, I don't know if that's still the case now, but the Zoom logo would still be on there. And I'm not sure if there was a time limit or not. And then I didn't want to pay for the software and then it'd be the same thing. So, because, there's no, I've never come across that problem where no one was able to use the StreamYard software, because the StreamYard software is browser based. You don't need a particular software to use in terms of a downloaded software. And so, this is something that was being blocked from his government. And so until we could, test everything, then, you know, before I spend any money to be able to do the interview. But we're going to do it again, and it's going to be done through the Zoom software. So that'll be coming up. Matter of fact, next week. So I'll be coming on his platform, and then we'll probably use like someone's Zoom account, you know, to bring them on my platform. If we're still having the issues with you know, their government blocking the StreamYard. But welcome to the Mbongi, Brother Sheffield. Peace and blessings. And if you have a comment or question, now is your time. And you're muted.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Now you mute yourself again. You have to unmute yourself.
All right, I think I'm unmuted now.
Okay. Yeah,
I did. All right, okay. Let me.
You just muted yourself once again. So unmute and don't touch the button no more. You're still muted. I don't know if you hear me. You're still muted. Unmute your mic. Okay,
how about now?
Touch it. Don't touch nothing else. I can hear you now.
Am I good?
Go yes. All right, go ahead.
I did unmute it. It was unmuted. How about now?
Okay. You just muted yourself again. So don't hit unmute and don't touch it again.
I see. I'm on a delay.
Okay, yeah. Okay. You did it again. So let me see if I can unmute you. So I'm going to unmute you. Don't touch anything. All right. You said there may be a delay, but I'm going to unmute you, but don't touch anything. All right. It won't let me unmute you. How is that? And I'm the host. Okay. I know there's going to be a delay. Unmute yourself, but don't touch the mute button after you do it.
All right, I did it.
Okay.
See if you hear me.
Yeah, you're good. So don't touch nothing. Just go ahead. All right.
I see. All right. So can you hear me, sir? All right. First, I want to thank you, man, for the Mbogi, right? I want to thank you, man. I study. I learned so much. You know, I'm 61 years old, man. I wish I was 21 so I could like have more time to learn this. But this is my question for you, right?
All righty.
You know, I believe language informs culture, right? And I believe that language serves the human being. You know, I remember I had a critical thinking class, and they said FISH does not swim in the sea, but that's a symbol for what swims in the sea, and it's a means of communicating that idea. So, you know, language serves the people. So, if these the Bantu speaking people, right, do is there something in there in these languages, the Bantu language, Twa, the various languages on the continent that tend to serve the cultural identity of the people? I'm a unmic and listen. Bet.
All righty. If I understand your question correctly, you know, regardless to the human language, it is just as you stated, that the language serves the people. It is just a series of coded sounds agreed upon by a speech community in order to communicate what's in each other's minds. Because ultimately these are symbols to express thoughts and feelings inside of the person, right? So in general, I don't think the Bantu speaker are any different than any other group of speakers in the world. All human groups use language to communicate and express ideas that exist within the person and the society as well. It all serves to bring about and exchange messages, right? Now, is the Bantu languages, help to encode the underlying culture of the Bantu speaking people. So we got to understand it's not necessarily the language that is the source of a people's expressions and the like. That comes from the spirit of the community and how they communicate that underlying spirit and those rules of engagement and philosophies and the like is through the language, through the artwork, through the customs and rituals and the like. And so I wish he was on again so I can ask a further question. But maybe he's listening, he can come back. And so I'm going to go back to the chat real quick. And Richard Sheffield re-asks, do Bantu speakers have a commonality in culture or social identity? Why are so many going in on Bantu originating in the so-called South Africa? Well, I guess those are two different questions. So do Bantu commonality in culture or social identity? They probably don't have a realized social identity amongst each other. However, there are commonalities in culture and language itself as a result of Bantu speakers coming from a Proto-Bantu language and culture. And so we got Brother Sheffield back on the program. And so I'm just now seeing this other question or the re-asking of the question that you asked. So I'm answering that. And so again, in terms of a social identity, I don't think that, all the Bantu, because there's like 1,000 Bantu languages and dialects, right? And so it's going to be impossible for all these different, groups from Cameroon all the way to Somalia, all the way to South Africa, to have one kind of social identity. And so that's what we try to reconstruct in historical comparative linguistics, looking at all the daughter languages and seeing what has survived in those languages and reconstructing to the Proto-Bantu language stage. So at this Proto-Bantu language or this stage of the language, we can say that this type of culture or these aspects of the culture existed because they had words for these concepts, and we see them survive in modern days in the daughter languages. So at one point, there was a common social identity and grouping, but as time moved on and the people began to migrate and dialects began to form, which ultimately became different languages, that social identity began to fade as a result of that process. And the second question you have is, why are so many going in on Bantu originating in so-called South Africa? I don't know. That's kind of new to me with certain people saying that they originate in South Africa. So I would actually have to learn a bit more about that and who's making those arguments and why. So I'm not familiar with that argument that it originated in South Africa. Now I forgot the question I was going to ask you before you got off. But I hope what I just said answered your questions that you put in the chat. So, hold on, since I returned all my equals to.
Hey, listen, I do have a question for you.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I can.
All
hear
right.
you.
So listen, earlier somebody asked you about this brother named Charles asked you about European education and being an African. Let me mute my TV. All right. So yeah. Anyway, he asked you about European education and being able to translate African information, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it appears to me, and what I've been looking at, that our originality, our being that original people, original speaker, original thinker, and you also said earlier that if a people, even a overcame people, if they're strong enough, their language can overcome the structures that that overcome their society. I kind of see that with Black people here in America. Despite the the ruin of the Ma'afa, despite the enslavement, our communication, our language base seems to thrive. And, we seem to even, we redefine poison meant to kill us. I mean, you got Christians who live a valuable, vibrant spiritual life in a concept that's rooted in poison. So what I'm saying is, it seems like the dynamics of the human being, right, play a large part, right, and language, and not only, like you said, not only the language, but the being able to overcome, say, even misinformation. And I was just using the case of Black, our experience here in America. Even despite our experience, our language and our being seems to have overcome it. And I don't know if that's off track, but if you could speak on it, I appreciate it, bro.
Yes. We, as much as the Ma'afa has attempted to destroy the African in all areas and spheres of life, the ancestral spirit of the African is so strong and too strong that even when you, to use your words, give us the poison, the poison has to integrate with the spirituality and the culture and the energy of the people. And so we take things and transform them into our own image. And so although, we have our issues with Christianity and Islam and things of that nature, you can definitely tell a difference if you go into a Christian church, a Black Christian church versus a white Christian church, the Black Muslims versus the Arab Muslims. And even when you go into the continent of Africa itself, it is the same way. And so, but poison is still poison. So the poison may not necessarily kill us instantly, but it may be a slow death. And while we still have the ancestral spirit that is trying to fight and live on through these traditions, ultimately we're going to have to get rid of the poison if we want to be able to thrive. And that's fundamentally what the whole Re-Africanation process is about, to reorient us and to revalue, to be able to add value to us so that we can start looking to ourselves as solutions to our problems. And so far, because of colonialism, we've adopted all of these other ideologies and ways of being that ultimately harm us and seek to make us abandon. And matter of fact, it essentially to try to erase our memory. And that's why people like myself and the Dr. Clarks and the Kofi Pasai research team and Amasi and the Amara squad and, you know, ASCAC and you know, the, you know, Organization for Black Unity and all these other different groups exist, you know, to try and to create resistance against annihilation. And, you know, that this is why adopting an African language is very important, to understand African languages so you keep your psychology. And so this is why I have, you know I don't necessarily have this power to just make everyone adopt this, but I am essentially arguing that the official language for African Americans is Kiswahili. And in the future, you will see me revving up, you know, as I start and continue to learn the language myself, to reinforce this notion that, you know, this, and I have my reasons for why we need to adopt as African Americans Kiswahili as our official language. And but it's all a part of that Re-Africanization as a result of the De-Africanization war that has been waged against us since the 1400s amongst the Europeans, and 1,000 years earlier with the Arabs. And so yeah, so it's a very good question, and I hope I've begun to answer that question. And so the question I have here now is, T. Walker, what is known about the Botswana languages and influence? I'm not too sure about the language, because Botswana, speaking of language death, whatever languages that they spoke, they no longer speak. They all speak Bantu languages now. And so I don't know if there's any substrate lexicon that is in there. One of my former teachers who wrote a book, Dr. Karen Kleiman, she was a professor at the University of Houston who taught one of my African studies classes, actually two of my African studies classes, because it was like Africa to 1700 and then 1700 after. It's two different courses, both taught by her. So I took both of those classes. And she wrote a book called The Pygmies Were Our Compass. And if you read that text, she's also, you know, she graduated from UCLA and in history and African history and language, studied under Dr. Christopher Ehret. And she argues that, you know, she's able to detect much of the Botswana underlying language. Now, I haven't read that from her. I know that from one of her abstracts and whatnot. So maybe she's going to come out with that soon. But, you know, to my knowledge, she's the only one who has made that claim. But in terms of the influence, there's a lot of influence of Botswana people in the surrounding Bantu cultures. And matter of fact, if you get that book, The Pygmies Were Our Compass by Dr. Karen Kleiman. And Kleiman is going to be spelled with a K. It's like Kleiman. And Karen is also going to be with a K, Aryn, something like that. Dr. Karen Kleiman. The Pygmies Were Our Compass. So if you get that book, it should start you on your journey to answer those questions, at least on the influence side. The languages are going to be a little bit more difficult since they abandoned their language for the Bantu languages before, you know, before anybody could actually record what that language was. So says, is the Twan and Bantu of the same origin? In terms of human origin, everybody has the same human origin, but you're talking about languages. Both of them speak Bantu languages, but I'm assuming you mean, genetically. But the original Bantu speakers were a different genetic and language stock than the original Batwa. So the Batwa, it is safe to say that they have different origins. They, of course, ultimately they have the same origin as Homo sapiens sapiens, but of course the original Bantu speaker people were a lot taller than the Batwa. So peace to Brother Robert Rand in the building. Sutek Akande Iyanu Olua is in the building. Peace and blessings to you. Thutmosis Kufu is in the building. Peace to you. And he says, I love the content, brother. Thank you very much. And I do this straight for the public. And I appreciate your viewership, and continued support. And so Tamika One reminds us to thumb up the video and to like, share, and subscribe. So peace and blessings to Sister Mika in the building, all the way in the southeast of the United States. But Brooklyn is definitely in the house, and African World is in the building. Thank you for joining. Let me see. Kaz Mzone is in the building. Thank you for joining. Peace and blessings to Conscientiously Aspiring, if I'm saying that correctly. Thank you for joining the program. Peace and blessings to you. Brother Ngomi Komisho Shinana says, a lot of us Bantus mixed a lot with San. We are light and have curly hair. Bantus, we are connected in language and culture. Indeed. And of course, he's, if I remember correctly, he said he's out of Namibia. And so, that's the area, kind of the home of the San people. So San was really kind of that area all the way and all throughout South Africa, but Bantu speaking people move in the South and intermingle and interbred. And so, for example, you can tell that the late former president of South Africa, how the heck I forget his name that fast? Nelson Mandela. You can tell that he has some mixed heritage, which includes the San people. And so, indeed, let me see. He says, how far is your work getting in the scientific world? Slowly but surely. This is why. See, I'm one of those people that, of course I joke a lot online, but when I'm writing, I'm very serious. And when, people will first hear something and think it is a joke, but then when I actually provide the evidence for it, the conversation changes and they don't know how to deal with the information that I bring. So you get kind of mixed reviews, some people, but no one has the heart to argue against what I'm saying, because it's so much evidence for what I'm arguing that you can't summarily dismiss. And so it's a slow process, but that's just kind of how science is in general. When you're coming with emerging scholarship, you're on the what do they say? If you're pioneering a particular type of argument and the like. And so it may be 20 years before your argument is accepted as general in fact in a scientific community. And it is what it is. And so you just got to stay diligent, and you just got to stay rigorous in terms of your scholarship and your analysis. And ultimately it will survive the test of time. And so it's just like many of Diop's arguments from the 1950s are just being accepted amongst European scholars And so we always got to be careful about this when you say the scientific world, because what happens is when people say that, their mind automatically goes to, well, what scientists agree with these Black scholars, and not understanding that the Black scholars are also in the scientific community. And so if you're talking about Diop or Benga or Oscar Pafuma or Jean-Claude Mboli or any of these groups, these are Black African scientists. And so there's a whole group of African scientists who move in a particular direction and is grounded in sound scholarship. But people will ask in this general question, how certain ideas being brought up in terms of, or being accepted in the scientific community, and as if the Africans who are involved in these conversations aren't scientists and part of the scientific community. And so I'm not saying that this is what you're saying, but it just reminds me of how careful we have to word these things when we're making these statements, because we'll unknowingly empower others as if they are the standard, as if the Africans are not able to set the standard. And so that's what we got to be careful of. Going down, Amadi Reserve asks, have you spoke on the causes of several known African dead languages? I think so. I've already mentioned that in the first question. When someone else asked that, Emmanuel Adama is in the building. Peace and blessings to you. Let me see. It says, what do you know of new genome technology of CRISPR-Cas9, the genome editing technology? Very little to none. I know about the idea and the process, but as far as that specific CRISPR-Cas9, I know nothing about it. So I don't have much to say or to argue about that. It says, Sar said free smoke. Exactly. and remember that this is an open discussion. So for those of you who are on YouTube, the link in the chat to join the panel to address any comment, question, or whatnot is pinned to the top. So you got to go to the top to join the conversation. And you see, Robert Bivall's book is good. I'm sure I spelled his name wrong though. I think you spelled it right. I could be wrong. I could be now I'm questioning how to spell a name. But let me see. Let me skip down. I believe you can, brother. So can you please invite? He says, brother, can you please invite brother Bayemi Bayik again? That's not a problem. We just got to make sure that his connection is good now, because he was our first interview. He was dropping out so many times because he was in a bar. But I think I don't know if he's still in Japan. I think when we interviewed him last, he was in Japan. So let me see. He says you can't on stream, or you might have problems on a cell phone, and you might not, but you can definitely get on the panel. So I don't know if that was addressed to someone else. Charles Baylor asked, brother, you're being PC on my Nabta Playa question. If this site was anywhere else in the world, regardless how much people knew and about astronomy, they would be talking about it nonstop like Stonehenge. Nobody talks about Stonehenge nonstop, and there's nothing being PC about it. There's many of us who studied it and we've moved on. There's not much to it. It is, the earliest evidence of the calendar and, them keeping time in that region. And there's really nothing else after that. It's just one piece of evidence and a body of evidence. And so again, you have to be careful not to project your singular experience onto everyone else. There could be groups that's all they talk about. Matter of fact, that's all he talks about is Nabta Playa and all this other kind of stuff. Maybe you need to watch Unk's channel, you know. And so, you know, you never want to project your limitations onto others and your experiences onto others. It could be other folks are talking about that in very very consistently, but after you've talked about it, you know, once or twice, it's not much else to talk about. It's not an ongoing site. It's not a living tradition there. This is pre-dynastic. It's some stones put in a particular area, lined up to certain stars at told time, and you know, it's all related to the pluvian, the Nabta pluvian early season, you know, that the rains that would come and fall in Ethiopia, whatnot, that used to come up all the way into the Sahara. So looking at the heliacal rising of Sirius, the Sirius star, because this lets us know that the Nile is going to flood soon, and that in the earliest forms, the pluvial period was about to happen in terms of the rains. So that's all that marked. Is nothing really beyond that. It's nothing really special. It's nothing super spiritual. You know, you're not going to get some super DNA by knowing about Nabta Playa. It's just some stones in a circle aligned to certain star systems in order to tell time. Because that's not what's important. What's important is the waters, the rain that is coming from the monsoons out of the Indian Ocean and all that came all the way up to Egypt until around 5,000 or 4,500 and the like BCE, and then the desert started to come down as a result of the not the polar ice caps, but the ice age for the most part ending in Europe, which extracted all the moisture. And so, you know, the rains and stuff didn't come up as far. So that's what all it is, to tell time, to tell us when either the rains were coming or when the Nile would rise, so they would have access to water. It's very practical, very simple. And we have someone else who has joined the conversations. Peace and blessings to Brendan Sims. Welcome to the Mbongi. Do you have a statement or a question? What's on your mind?
Hey, peace, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, for sure. Hey, I had a question of this is from just a previous show that you were doing,
All
and
right.
you mentioned that you were doing some research and you were gonna actually release a publication that was sort of related to the quantum field theory and how indigenous African cosmogonies and their worldviews were sort of aligned to that. And I just had some questions.
All
And
right.
I think this is a good segue from the previous, I guess, question,
All
or
right.
into some of the hard sciences, right? I was just curious in terms of some of your literature review and your data analysis that you're doing, because I know you're really, like you have a lot of experience in doing advanced research, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some of the things that you're seeing, are you actually still doing that publication?
Yes, I am.
Yep, for sure.
I have to get this publication out of the way, the one I'm doing on race and identity in ancient Egypt, which is going to be published or available at the end of August. And so that's been my focus up to now.
Mhm.
And then I switch gears again to that particular publication. And so as far as the literature stuff is concerned, like I had to do this whole course on the mathematics of the theory of relativity.
Mhm.
And because I want to understand that. Now, I'm not arguing that they had a relativity, an idea like that in terms of the ancient Africans. The essential argument I'm saying is that, you know, this idea of quantum fields, and and everything emerging out of the fields in terms of particles and the like. This is the Africans already had that idea, you know, and they came to it by two different methods. And the ultimate argument is that had not the transatlantic slave holocaust and the previous Arab, you know, Islamic invasions and subsequent jihads by groups like the Fulani and the like, right? That these cultures would have advanced if we, you know, if we still as humanity were to advance along in the same line without slavery. And that's going to be I guess a good question to ask. You know, would we be where we're at in terms of technology without slavery, without African slavery? That's, you know, that's a question for another day. But let's assume that we would have the internet and computers and rocket ships and all of this other kind of stuff without slavery. That these Africans would probably have been on the forefront of quantum mechanics, you know, astronomy, and the like. And because they were already on that, especially when you go into the Bakongo, amongst the Luba, amongst the Bakongo people, of course, in the ancient Egyptian, amongst the Zulu tradition and the like, you see these ideas in very scientific ways that are being expressed. And so I took the time and am taking the time further to know where the limitations is. So I make sure that I'm not arguing, for example, that they had a formula that, you know, at rest mass, E equals MC squared, right? Or Schrodinger's equations and the like. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fundamental idea of a field. For example, like in ancient Egypt, the Nun. The Nun is this quantum field that emerges all the gods and the goddesses, which are just principles and forces that is, you know, equivalent to just what we know in just science today as these various different things. And so not sure if they had, like, for example, like a theory of gravity, but, you know, and I forgot to mention the Dogon. So my groups are going to be Dogon, Yoruba, Bakongo, Luba, Isizu, the Amazulu people, and the ancient Egyptians. So that's going to be my core group in terms of, you know, arguing this notion of quantum field theory as African inheritance and the like. So it's ongoing. So I'm still working on it. I just got to get this publication. And then, of course, I'm in school now, so I got to deal with that stuff in the computer science. But now that I got this out of the way, in terms of, for the most part, the race and identity book is back to just the pure science stuff. And so that'll be coming hopefully within another year or so.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that publication because, you know, in terms of like advanced research, that's one of the things about it is that it's not research for research's sake. It's about putting forth bold claims, putting forth analytical models, putting forth all these things that you can actually test in real time, right? But and that seems like that's the I guess the method that you're heading towards, right? So I'll be looking forward to that publication and taking a look. That's very interesting work, brother.
I appreciate it.
For sure.
Yeah. I just got tired of a lot of times when they talk about science and things, they always leave Africa out of the conversation. And, you know, they think that, you know, all these ideas and stuff originate with the Greeks. and it doesn't originate with the Greeks. You know, the Greeks originated some ideas, and some of those ideas that they got originated from ancient Egyptians. And some of those ideas that you see in ancient Egypt existed already in other African groups, which was part of their inheritance. And so the conversation has to be one, of course, of quality and rigor, so that, you know, nobody can be dismissive, at least accurately dismissive, because people just dismiss you just because. But they can't summarily dismiss the essential arguments offhand. They would have to acknowledge that, you know, these Africans not only had the capacity, but they were already in that frame of thought in terms of thinking of the world in an infinite fashion, and emerging, like even the notion of what they're now calling a multiverse, like that already existed in South Africa, for example. And we got recordings, written material from as early as like 1911 on this, before they were entertaining this kind of multiverse, right? And so, you know, there's certain like frameworks and philosophical, like one of the things that I'm gonna be focused on is like the philosophy of science. And you hear a lot of, you know, scientists who have a, not necessarily a disdain for philosophers, but they don't respect philosophy as much as they do their own field of the so-called hard sciences.
For sure.
Right. However, like the philosophers keep the scientists on their toes, because sometimes scientists will, you know, they'll make terms and claims that are sometimes illogical. And it's not that they're necessarily wrong. It's just that they don't have the language in order to accurately articulate what is exactly going on. So, for example, when they say that, you know, the universe, at least as we understand it and know it, has a starting point, you know, the so-called Big Bang. And however, all evidence shows that it's just going to expand, right? Well, infinity itself has to exist for something to go on forever. The infinity has to exist. It already has to be there.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. You know, and
right.
So if
infinity is a philosophical concept, just as the concept of zero, right?
You know, exactly. So
right.
if it goes on forever, forever has to already exist.
Right.
You can't create forever. Forever is just it just is. It just exists. And this, for which, for example, in the Amazulu tradition, they already operate from the standpoint that there's an existence. And the way that they talk about it is, you know, looking at the universes, or even just phenomena within a universe, in this mass ocean as whirlpools. And if you can imagine, just in this infinite sea of possibilities, these whirlpools existing as phenomena. And so if you look at this in terms of a like universes, you have one universe spinning over here, and then you have another whirlpool in this vast infinite ocean. They may never interact, you know, probably some subtle echoes and waves, you know, but the the underlying theory in the modern multiverse is that you have essentially the same thing, kind of these spinning universes, but they will never interact because they're moving apart from each other faster than the speed of light. So of course we can only really kind of detect anything by light interacting with things. And so since the gap between the universes in the modern multiverse theory is moving faster than the speed of light, we'll never be able to interact with each other in these multiple universes because the light will never reach the other. So it's these kind of conversations that I'm learning the depths of and will bring into the conversation. But more importantly, it is to encourage more of us to get into the STEM fields and especially into physics, quantum mechanics, and the like. And so if I just had the time, that is something that I would not mind like specializing in, because I just have a love that. And with this computer science, it forces you to do a lot of math. And so hopefully it would not be too much of a jump going from computer science to, like physics or something like that, to do some more advanced work and to just go beyond just the research that I'm doing for this book. But that's the plan. So hopefully, the universe will give me another 200 years of living so I can do all this study and add some value to the scholarship that has already been brought forth.
You're a brilliant brother. I don't think it'll be too much of a lift for you. So,
I appreciate
awesome.
it.
All right. Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome.
Peace.
All right, peace. All right. I'm going to do a brief commercial. So we'll be back in just a second.
You see, I have a lot of things that's on my mind, and I would like to let them out. Look, I see reality breaking down all my fantasies. It would be nice if I at least had one fantasy. That neutrality about to take a terabyte from the American apple pie, better get a slice. It's kinda scary the way that this life is moving on. Marvin's doing backflips inside his grave, what's going on? We have head-on collisions, not seeing another's vision. Maybe that's the reason why some colors fit the description. A lot of relationships need life rafts, sinking ships. I guess you just can't have only one like potato chips. I would love for you to listen with an open heart, but would you really even hear me if it's torn apart? I don't do the things that I used to. I'll be fine even if I lose you. Okay.
Already. So if you want to support the documentary film, you can go to chinaintofilm.com. We are still accepting donations. I think we're at 4,100 of our $5,000 goal. So any and every contribution is very much appreciated and helps us get one step closer to our goal. So, my intent is, of course, to educate us and to make these sound correspondences and to further enlighten our community, and of course to make all those around the world extra mad, because we know how to put ancient Kemet in its proper African context. So you can support the film again at chinaintofilm.com, or you can even support via Cash App, which you can see the link below, and also via PayPal at that address that is scrolling at the bottom. So let me go back here to the conversation. So I'm going to Brandon Buford, if I'm saying that correctly. He asked, what's your thoughts on the 23andMe video where they revealed that a brother is over 80% sub-Saharan African and shares a common paternal ancestor with Ramesses III? I'm not sure because I haven't seen the video, but maybe we can review that video and and discuss it. So if you can send me the link of the video, and I will, depending on how long it is, but I will play some of it, and then we can have a live discussion about it. And so I can say, without even seeing the video, they're probably comparing his results to what was that group? There was a group that did who took some of the numbers from another DNA study and put it in to this other software which predicts the haplogroup and ancestry, given those particular numbers. It's a DNA Tribes was the DNA company who did the secondary comparison. So they took the numbers that came from another DNA study on these groups of individuals, and they came up with that prediction. So I'm not sure, because again, I haven't seen the video, but we can watch that video live. And so if you can find the video for me, put it in the chat, and we can discuss it live. So he said, yeah, that watermark. So I know I'm way behind on this chat. Sister Alkebulan Mind says, for business trade to have the power to cause the death of a language signifies the superiority of business and social activities. Again, yes. And so one of the things that we discuss all the time in language and in linguistic courses is prestige. And so, for example, I forgot the name of this text, but I have a text that argues that the Germanic languages was the result of a Proto-Indo-European language and dialect that traveled to the homeland of the Germanic speakers, but those original speakers were not Proto-Indo-European speakers. They adopted the Proto-Indo-European language because they had the prestige, they had the technology, they had the grouping, and the sense of trade or whatnot. So those groups adopted the Indo-European language, and that evolved into Proto-Germanic, and then the Germanic languages that gave us, of course, German, Dutch, English, etc. And for those of you who may not know, the French are actually originally Germanic-speaking people. Those Germanic-speaking people adopted the Latin language, and that Latin language evolved to become what we know as French. But the original French speakers are genetically Germanic people, the same group of people who became, English and Scottish and et cetera, et cetera. And so this is one of those, kind of modern examples of language death, whatever language that they spoke. So they were language death by adopting. They weren't necessarily forced. They adopted the Latin language because, of course, the Roman Empire, that was the culture of prestige at the time. And so by adopting that, now you got French. So good statement by Sister Alkebulan Mind. He says, it is a time limit on the free version of Zoom and StreamYard. Exactly. So I didn't know we just didn't have time that day to go through all of that. So, some other stuff I was able to find out later about the Zoom, but at that particular time, I just didn't. And I don't like using the free version to do like the interviews and stuff. I did it at the beginning because I wanted to test the StreamYard, but I don't like that Zoom logo. I don't like StreamYard logo. I want it to be just what we got here. You say, let me scroll down. He He said, Kushite Kemetic Netcharu says, man, I'm just watching Egyptian stole African culture video, going back and forth. Genius, bro. Thank you for watching and for your support. Yeah, I haven't visited lately. Let me go back to that page, and because I know that video it's only got 1,000 views, but it has 158 comments. No, my bad, 178 comments now, primarily because they are big mad, all in their feelings. And so, matter of fact, we can go through some of the comments, and you'll see in the comments why that, partially, the attitudes that got the first conference postponed in there. So we'll come back to that. This is why I like your books, because they express the spirit of the people through the language and how it changed over time. It's great insights to the minds of the people. That's one of the reasons why we study language. Language is, and this is why linguistics is part of what we call the neurosciences, right? Or the cognitive sciences. So I'm a cognitive scientist, and cognitive science studies anthropology, linguistics, computer science, especially dealing with AI or artificial intelligence, psychology, and there's a fifth one that I'm missing, but it's usually those five are the core, whatever the fifth one I'm missing. And matter of fact, let me just look it up. Like, I ain't on the internet. Cognitive sciences. And so yes, my bad, it's 6. So okay, so psychology, philosophy, linguistics, anthropology, neuroscience, and computer science, especially artificial intelligence. So those are the areas. Some will say data science, some will say computer science, and some will just say artificial intelligence. It's all fundamentally computer science. So when we talk about the cognitive science or cognitive science, it is the combination of those 6 areas. And so saying all of that to say is that this is why I use linguistics more so to get to the psychology of the culture in the group. And so regardless of what behavior or ideas they have to express it through language, because that's our primary means of communication as Homo sapiens sapiens. And so so language, of course, and linguistics is a gateway to the psychology of the people. And so let me see. Powerful every living organism learns to adapt to their environment. Mammals and their environment. So it's human nature, indeed. See, the European is the failed student on the African. To learn from the European is to get a minuscule level of knowledge. Our ancestors founded through generational study over thousands of years. Indeed, I agree with this. And at the same time, I have to push back in a way that we have to, and I'm not saying that you are. I'm basing this off of previous conversations with a lot of us. A lot of us seem to get stuck on the past. And so it is well known that the Africans are the origins of many ideas and concepts that emerge, or that the human populations are benefiting from today. But we cannot be stuck on the past. I use the past to try to inspire us to advance that work so that you can dominate again in the future. So it's not enough to say that, we came up with these astronomical concepts and certain ideas of metallurgy and arts or whatnot. How are you advancing it now? Who among you are among the forefront of these people in these sciences? So, like, I'm in the science department right now at Swarthmore University, And, you know, you see on the walls here, the, you know, you see like I'm in the chemistry part, not chemistry, the biology part right now. And like over there, you'll see aquaponics going on. You'll see the students, you know, on the walls, their presentations that they do at conferences about new emerging scientific ideas that they're doing. The math part and computer science and programming is just around the corner. So you'll see all of this kind of stuff in it. And unless we're displaying and demonstrating and people advancing in that way, all of this stuff is not going to mean much. So this is what, you know, this is the purpose of these conversations, to shift us beyond the this is what we've done and to this is what we're doing, to advance the work of the ancestors. He says, and Richard Sheffield says, we have Kiswahili classes on Nubia. Indeed. And he says, Asar, could we hear some of the Swahili you have been learning? Maybe. Matter of fact, I'll probably invite some teachers to come on, and we have some introductory courses on this channel. And so you know, that's what we'll be doing. This is why getting in even in prestige school has little relevance to the bigger picture. When these people cannot communicate the pain that was used and still the vibrant today in temples. Maybe so, but they got rocket ships and they're creating satellites and things that orbit the earth and allow us to have the technologies and the things that we're doing now. So again, you know, what we can't get so caught up in the politics that we don't utilize what's available now to advance. And so this is, we have to take some example from the Chinese and how they went everywhere around the world, learning what they can to bring home to build an industry amongst themselves and then to advance it from there. And matter of fact, I recommend and it's on Amazon.com. If you have the Amazon, what is it? The Prime, you know, even if you don't have Amazon Prime, look up a documentary film called How the Chinese Got Rich, or How China Got Rich. And it talks about, you know, their movement and their practical movement, you know, from trying to shun everything out to being able to adopt the knowledge and sciences from everywhere else and to bring that back. And now they're leading, you know, in the world in these areas and making advancements. And so again, we never should get stuck on the past. He says, Sutek asks, how important is context when discussing historical and cultural events topics? It's the basis. It's the most important, because it's just like how somebody will take a snippet of something that someone says and then make an argument, you know, based on the snippet without understanding the context. You know, context is everything. That's all I really have to say on that. Without context, you know nothing. You know, and so you got to understand for which the comments or which the subject, how it is situated. That's the essential thing of Afrocentricity. Afrocentricity forces you to look for context. What is the context in which we are studying this subject? You know, where is the author oriented in terms of their views in relation to the African people who are being discussed? You know, context is everything. Let me see. I'm sure you have covered this, but there is still a strong sentiment or suspicion that Kiswahili is not an African language due to the high volume of loan words. English is a language that has a high volume of loan words from French and Greeks, and but it's still a Germanic language, because its structure, its basic vocabulary is all Germanic. And it's the same way in Kiswahili. Kiswahili is a Bantu language, and its core vocabulary and everything is still Bantu. And that's an easy, we can easily prove that. Let me see. It says African American vernacular English parallels Bantu languages and grammar speaking. And matter of fact, there is a text. Let me see. Let me go to Amazon. Not spell Amazon.com and go to books and go to Bantu speaking heritage of. Here we go. If you can find this book, it is currently unavailable on Amazon. But if you can find the book, I recommend, let me take that off for a second and share my screen to Amazon. So this book here, The Bantu Speaking Heritage of the United States, Afro-American Culture and Society by Winifred K. Voss. So if you're wondering why that African American speech, the AAVE, African American Vernacular English, or that what we call Ebonics and the like, why it sounds the way that it does, and you seeing connections with Bantu speaking peoples, that's why, the Bantu speaking heritage of the United States. And so if you can also look for the book Africanisms in American Culture it's edited by Joseph Holloway. And so make sure that you get the second edition. And so this is what the book cover looks like at the second edition, right? It goes much into that conversation as well. So hopefully that will help in that discussion. So I will unshare my screen now. So let me scroll down. Let me try to get through. I'm going to skip down some more because and let me see. He says, go to the street and ask your average person if they know about Stonehenge or if they know about Nabta Playa, and you'll see which one gets talked about nonstop. Once again, you're projecting. No, you're projecting. You know, we know why they would know more about Stonehenge, because Stonehenge is all in the media. Since you don't own any media and you don't talk about Nabta Playa, the average person is not going to know much about Nabta Playa. You know, what you need to do is stop projecting your own limitations and just do the work. You know, that's what needs to happen. You need to quit complaining and do the work. That's the basis of all scholarship, that not too many people is talking about this. So I instead am going to research and discuss this and bring about some new knowledge on an area that many people may not know about or talk about. That's what you do. So if you see that a lot of people don't know about Nabta Playa, you talk about Nabta Playa. Start a YouTube channel all about Nabta Playa. Say Charles Baylor presents Nabta Playa. And for 24 hours straight, every day, all you do is talk about Nabta Playa. You write a book about Nabta Playa. You get interviewed to talk about Nabta Playa. You create documentaries on Nabta Playa. You know, you go visit Nabta Playa. You put your plaque down and put Charles Baylor was here at Nabta Playa. So anytime someone comes visit Nabta Playa, they know that brother Charles Baylor was at Nabta Playa. That's what you do to get the word out. You know, it's not on me. I'm not interested in Nabta Playa at the moment. I read about it, understood it, and I moved on. And when Nabta Playa becomes important, I bring up Nabta Playa. When it's not important, I don't bring up Nabta Playa. But since we have somebody who is gung-ho about Nabta Playa, This is your calling. This is why you were born, Charles Baylor, to talk about Nabta Playa. So now that you have this passion for Nabta Playa, it is on you to get the word out. And I don't want you to leave this earth until every Black woman and child, every Black man, woman, and child knows about Nabta Playa. And make sure you don't stop at Nabta Playa. Make sure you make Nabta Playa practical for everybody. We just don't want to know Nabta Playa existed. We want to see Nabta Playa, advanced. Make a new Nabta Playa. Matter of fact, I don't know which city you were in, but if you were in Philly, I want you to come to West Philly and build a replica of Nabta Playa in the Malcolm X Park in West Philly. So now that anybody, at least in West Philly, would know about Nabta Playa, because there's a big ass replica that Brother Charles Baylor created of Nabta Playa in West Philly. And then everybody's going to come to West Philly just to look at the Nabta Playa that Brother Charles Baylor created and informed everyone of. So for everyone, I want everybody to go to Charles Baylor's YouTube channel. I want you to subscribe, because he is about to go ham on Nabta Playa and inform the world. So he's going to need y'all support, and y'all share his videos and like his videos on Nabta Playa so we can get the word out. All right. So no more Nabta Playa for tonight. Let me see. Let me scroll down some more and see what's going on in here. And put that here. Brother Chavez is in the building. Let me see. Fitz says Homo sapiens have been tracking and looking at the star before civilization and understanding nature, which the star and the space is a part of. We only understand it we do today due to ancestry. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, looking at the stars and mapping is not new. That's one of our first mapping devices in the world. Sutek says, speaking of jihad, pick up The Coming of Islam and the Bilad al-Sudan on the same tree, different branch publishing. Indeed, created by the Kofi Pasai research team. And so that's the latest text. So make sure y'all get that. And let me see. How come it says there were so many thousands of books burned in the libraries that any formulas known and unknown existed. I mean, there are so many mummies that were burned. Like that DNA evidence and forever. Like just when Europeans came into Egypt, it's just disappointing on all levels, the ignorance of the Europeans coming into Africa and what they've destroyed and what we could have learned had they not been so very stupid when it came to artifacts. So we still don't know about all that was written in Mali and Timbuktu and Genome. We sure don't. And I'm mad because I had an opportunity when I was speaking with Dr. Maega some years ago. He is a scholar and he is also a prince in the lineage of Timbuktu. And, he has these manuscripts, these Malayan manuscripts that he is a keeper of. And he's looking for African scholars and people interested in learning the language and reading and recording the text. And for some reason, I lost contact with him because I only had his email address, and he changed his Yahoo address, and I haven't been able to find him since. And I wonder how far he's gotten on that. But they're looking for scholars and especially because Islam is coming in and they're finding these documents and destroying them and destroying temples and all this other kind of stuff when they come into Mali. It's just crazy. He says, Brandon Buford asks, why doesn't the conscious community ever talk about the Uan Mugliag mummy or the culture he belonged to that inhabited the Green Sahara? I've talked about this on this program a number of times. You're talking about the Libyan mummy. As a matter of fact, we will be discussing the Libyan mummy in the future of our discussions on how ancient Egypt stole African culture. So keep that in mind. And Zane Montego is in the building. Peace and blessings to you. Sean Carvano, I agree. They interrupted African history. Remember, they always had a part in the Egyptian intermediate periods. Indeed. Let me see. Akamala Mind says the problem is constantly trying to persuade unbelievers. This is why we need to think tanks of scientific centered African-minded knowledgeable individuals, not just zealots without information. Indeed. And this is exactly what Sheikh Anta Diop, argue we needed. That's what I argue. University of Kemet Press is that we need scientific research teams and think tanks. Matter of fact, what's his name? Dr. Claude Anderson, the same thing, and especially when it comes to business. Amos Wilson, thing. And, it is, we need certain people to do outreach because, of course, we also have to spread the word, but we also need individuals who just need to do the work. And regardless if, you have believers or not, that just need to do the work. Let me see. I'll just skip down and continue to skip down. I know I'm. And thank you to Brendan Sims for your generous donation. It is greatly appreciated. Peace and blessings to you. And Islam Sadoun is in the building. Peace and blessings to you. Thank you for joining the conversation. And I don't know what Pure Black is talking about. He says capitalism is good. I have a brother in my DMs who would say otherwise, and that'll be a good discussion to have both of y'all on he says capitalism is God. I thought you said good. So never mind. I take that back. I know what you mean now. Let me see. Brother Shabazz says, I called it quantum voodoo to make the point that these concepts already existed. That's exactly what Hassan said. Indeed. Yeah, the general concepts of what makes quantum mechanics in terms of the quantizing of packets of units that have energy, and the building or the stacking of them to create the phenomenon that we understand. That's Dogon, that's Egyptian, that's Congo, that's the whole nine, right? He says Egyptians won't let you play around in Egypt. No one goes to Egypt to play. Egypt's a big ghetto, and we come to see the artifacts and the like. And I've already been, and I'll be back again in October. So I'll see you there, Islam Sadoun, and we'll have a discussion there. Yes, and this is a live discussion, so you can hit the link at the top if you're confident and you want to bring forth your evidence to the contrary. We can do this. It says Emmanuel Dama asks, now that you have access to your main library, would you be able to speak on Platonism and his works? I'll have to do a separate show, but yes, I can do that. And hopefully, I'm trying to get. He's already agreed to do it, but his schedule is just so hectic. Dr. Mubabinge Bololo, because that was his PhD dissertation. That he discussed that, and I wanted to have him on to discuss that. So and because the book that you're talking about was written by Bilolo, So either, I can discuss it and translate from French certain different parts, but I would rather have him on the program to discuss that. But yeah, we can definitely do that in the future. Let's see. Tony Macaroni asks, sorry, would you consider the Nakata people or the Madi Buto people to be Black African? I mean, yeah, but to be truthful, you're looking at bones and artifacts, so you can't tell what color they are. But in the general scheme of things, yeah, I don't see no reason why. Brother Dr. Jahi Issa, peace and blessings to you, all the way in West Africa right now. He says, are Western Europeans Anglo? Well, technically, Anglo is the group of Europeans that lived on the island that we call now England or England. And so it's Anglo land. And we speak Anglo-ish. And technically those are, English came about as a result of kind of like the Gaulish folks who lived there and the Germanic speaking people who came and invaded, and they adopted the Germanic language. And so that's why they say the Anglo-Saxon group of people and languages. So we got to be careful when saying Western Europeans, because Western Europeans encompasses a larger group of Europeans. And so you can't say that they're Anglo. Anglo it would be equivalent to saying are West Africans Akan, if that makes sense. So the Anglo, the English are a group of people who live in Western Asia. Excuse me, well, technically Western Asia, but Western Europe. But, just like the Akan are a group of people who live in Western Africa. But there's different types of phenotypes and language groups and people who live in West Africa. So you wouldn't group them all as Akan. So in that same fashion. Let me skip down. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Brother Conan Lee, for your super chat. It is greatly appreciated. And Brother Sean is in the building. Any Herod Kalfani says that's the mindset of many. Probably talking in, and I'm still going. I know I have a long ways, but I'm trying to skip down. So I may skip some questions. And Brenda says, I'm here to support and add to the conversation. I may not always agree, but I'm here to listen and learn about different perspectives. That's all we can ask for. This is even though I present a lot, and of course I have, other people to come and share about their research and life and whatnot. The Mbongi is a place where, great minds can meet and share their perspectives on life without being vilified, without, there being any drama or whatnot. It's just the sharing of information. And we can work out the details and on the parts that we disagree. And so that's one of the main reasons why this space was created. So let me skip down. And agreed with Sister Tamika. Thank everyone for their support. Pure Black says, Sean, do a show on quantum voodoo on the Mossy later on today. Indeed. And we've been on 2 hours. Let me see. Indeed here. Satak asks, you need a co-host to organize the questions and comments for you. Yep. And matter of fact, StreamYard just provided like a co-host feature. So that was one of the plans. So I'll be looking for a co-host soon. And so, I need a sister's voice. So more than likely, I'll have guest co-hosts. So it just alternate. But then, I definitely want a good sister's voice, on the channel. Break up all of this masculine energy and foolishness that we engage in all the time. So Let me go down. Let me go down. Let me go down. Let me go down. I talk about voodoo a lot, so let me keep going down. Brother Shabazz says, proved by the quantum field that Asar is studying makes the same point. He's just saying that Africans understood quantum fields before whites named it and studied it. It's just that simple. Thank you, Brother Shabazz. And thank you, Sister Alkabulan Mine, for your support and contribution. It is greatly appreciated. And I don't know if she's still, I know she does it sparingly, but she also has a YouTube channel. And I encourage everyone to look up Alkabulan Mine on YouTube and subscribe to her channel and support her. And, I don't know if she has any more interviews lined up, but you can check out some of her old interviews and gain some insight from some very dynamic African people, that have come to her channel. So much love and respect to Sister Alkabulan Mine. Let me see. T. Walker. No more Nabta Playa conversation for tonight. Let's see. I like that. Don't hate the playa, hate the game. That's fly. And let me see. It says, we don't talk enough about Dar Titchit. See, and this is what you got to keep in mind as well. This is one of the reasons why even though this is my channel and it's probably under Asar Imhotep in the name, of course I renamed it the Mbongi, but this is why I interview other scholars so that I can highlight their research in the many different areas that, of course, I would not be touching on. And so, there's a few. I mean, this is stuff that, and I got to remember sometimes that I'll be 43 years of age in July, and and while that is young to many of the elders who may be watching, it is still, I'm old enough to have at least 23, 25 years in this. And so a lot of these concepts and things I've already studied early and have moved beyond. And so it's a part of my conversations anyway, especially in certain writings, especially when we're talking about the Green Sahara and the like. And, but, since my focus is primarily on language, philosophy, culture, and the like, that's just because that's what my research projects have been dealing with. That's why you don't hear too much about like a Nabta Playa or a Dar Titchit and the like. But there are other scholars who have, who discuss that a lot. So this is why we have to diversify and not, I don't know where y'all put me in terms of the conscious community, but not simply looking at, your typical conscious community folks. You're going to have to expand, and you'll hear some of these conversations. And peace to Donnie Williams. Thank you for your donation. He says, since y'all putting it in the pot, I got 5 on it, and I appreciate it. I would pass you the blunt right now, but since this is digital, I have no way. But I do appreciate your donation. Thank you very much. And Sister Tamika says the same. And let me see. He says that stream last night about floating Egypt still in African culture was classic and brilliant. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to skip down to the bottom now. And so, you know, if I skipped a question or a statement, I do apologize. So let me see. So now what I'm going to do is share my screen. And again, remember, this is an open discussion. So, you know, we had some people come on before, but if you, you know, have a question or a comment that you want to verbalize, you can do so by hitting the link, which is scheduled at the top. But I want to share my screen now so we can go to that conversation that was mentioned a couple of times on how the ancient Egyptians stole African culture. Now, I know many of y'all saw the, how should I say, y'all saw the title and y'all had cause for concern, to say the least. But hopefully by, you know, the end of the video, understood the point that I was making. And of course, the internet trolls, the Arabized Russian bots are, you know, in their feelings because, you know, my latest conversation is forcing them to reevaluate how they're arguing their points. And so what I want to do is I'm going to make the screen full, or at least semi-full. So hopefully y'all can see it. And nope, that's the open discussion. That's, I don't know what that is, but here's the, you know, the video from Friday night, right? And I'll do top and then I'll do newest first. Okay. So to bring some context again, if you don't know why I call them the Arabized Russian bots, and I see Brother Lionel, you in the back chat, and I will bring you up in a moment. So stay with me. And so I call them the Arabized Russian bots because during the conversation, or excuse me, during the time when we were about to go to Egypt, it was a number of fake pseudo accounts on Twitter and on YouTube and on Facebook who were coming to the pages of the presenters, the social media pages of the presenters, and, you know, spewing a lot of hatred and a lot of misinformation, not only about just history in general, but about the conference and about what it was about. And like, they was including stuff that we were supporting Israel, just dumb shit, you know, from these guys. But of course, none of them would ever use their real names, and none of them ever would use their real photos. They were using all fake accounts, and they wouldn't come on live streams. They didn't want to debate, none of this kind of stuff. So they were just trolling. And you know about the Russian bots that were trying to, you know, go into these different groups and insert misinformation to try to change the trajectory of the elections in the United States. And when you did the IP analysis, they would all trace back to Russia. So in this same fashion, you have all of these fake accounts allegedly to be Egyptians. Of course, all of their accounts, they're written, the main script that they use is the Arabic script. So, you know, all these fake accounts and troll accounts from all of these anonymous quote unquote scholars who know about ancient Egyptian history and these supposed to be Egyptians, these fake people were, all of their accounts for the most part was written with the Arabic script. So that's why we call them the Arabized Russian bots, because there was a lot of these fake accounts that were coming to do the same misinformation scare tactics that the Russian bots were doing with the elections of Barack Obama, and the same with the what's his name, Donald Trump elections and the like. So this is why they get this name. So understand that's where they get the names. So from now on, all of these oppositional trolls are going to be called the Arabized Russian bots. And then, of course, we got the Negropean Russian bots. These are Black folks who are in alignment with the Arabized trolls, who also are misinformed about history and don't do no serious scholarship and just be talking crazy out the side of their necks. So we have a coalition of the willing of the Arabized Russian bots, as well as the Negropean Russian bots. And so the Arabized Russian bots, of course, a few of them are back, and they are, so you got to look at some of this. So of course we have some support, from the people. And, so if you can kind of read some of the comments here. And Humini Komesho says, in my language, sword is gonga, and to nurse is okulela, and truth is lela. Oshiwanbo from Namibia. This is fascinating. Okukama is press in my language too. Indeed. And so this is how we make these connections with ancient Egypt and these Bantu languages, these Central and Southern and Southeastern languages. And so you will hear these bots and people in the chat trying to make the argument that the Egyptians are Egyptians. They're not related to and have nothing to do with Africa and the Africans. So they although Egypt is on the continent of Africa, you can clearly see that on any map, they still say that they're not African, which is stupid if they're supposed to be indigenous Egyptians. So you have this big cognitive dissonance factor with these crackheads who claim to be Egyptian nationalists, right? So they claim that Egypt is not in Africa and that they are not Africans, and that ancient Egyptian language, culture, and philosophy and religion has nothing to do with Africa. But yet we can consistently show all of these different things in Africa. And so it raises the question, if ancient Egypt, its culture, language, philosophy, accomplishments, and everything, has no relationship whatsoever to Africa and the Africans, how did the Africans get all of these concepts, rituals, religion, and whatnot that mirrors what you see in ancient Egypt, right? Or ancient Kemet or ancient Tameri, whatever word that you want to use. So it's either that there was a relationship, whether it's ancestral or whether there was any kind of trade, migrations or the like, or it is just one big coincidence, which of course us, at least on this channel, we use the scientific method. So the science rules that out. Or y'all observed the Africans and you stole their culture. And so what I'm arguing is that the Egyptians are not Black, they're not white, they are Egyptians. That's what they argue. And that they had nothing to do with Africa or the Africans. And as a result of that argument made by Dr. Zahi Hawass and other Egyptian nationalists, this can only mean that these ideas that are associated with ancient Egypt are the result of the Egyptians stealing the African cultures and their primitizations. So, of course, we have to explain how on the map Egypt is on the continent of Africa, but is not in Africa. And so the only way that we can logically explain that is if the actual country is in fact a spaceship. And so since it is a spaceship and it hovers over Africa, that way it doesn't touch and doesn't get contaminated with that African soil or African water or African people, this better explains how, you know, the ancient Egyptians were able to observe the Africans and take their culture and then try to reduplicate it on the spaceship of Egypt that is you know, the country. So, you know, so let's look at some of these. Hopefully, I don't know if y'all can see it, so I'm gonna scale it a little bit so that it's bigger. So hopefully, let me scroll down. Hopefully, y'all can see the comments better. Let me know if this is better for each of you. You can see the comments here. So let me scroll down. So that's supporting. Hilarious, very funny. So Jawad Muhammad. So we have, you know, so like JB67, you know, Kangs and shit, you know, just, you know, a Arabized robot. So, and then we have Ahmad Seth. Seriously, we stole from you. Ooh, wait. Okay. Sloths, right? I don't know, Slavs, right? You know, he can't even spell slaves. Every single thing in ancient Egypt, you copied it without even changing it a little bit. I'm a true Egyptian, but you're not, my friend. Ancient Egyptians are the same as modern Egyptians. You don't have anything to do with them. That's exactly how he sounds too. I don't even know what his actual voice is, but that's exactly how he sounds. So this is the kind of commentary that you'll see by these Arabized Russian trolls. And so let's go you know, further. So he says, the guy who can't stand Egyptian summer thinks his ancestors were Egyptians. Why all you trips are in spring or fall? I dare you come in August. Shows how stupid he is. And notice that his account is in the Arabic script. So this is one true Arabized Russian bot. So this is what I mean here. So he says, I dare you to come in August. Shows how stupid he is. The last time I was in Egypt, before this previous, when not the last time, but the previous one before in 2015, it was in August. We come all in the summers when it's hot, when it's cool. But what I did see is a lot of even the modern Egyptians putting on sunscreen. That's what I saw when I was in Egypt. And I believe I have it on tape. Let me see. Here goes some more Russian bots. He says, go and find your first grandfather who came through slavery and don't play with the Egyptians. Again, that warning to you and all the people like you. We know who we are, so don't talk about ancient Egyptian again, son of slaves. So we have a person here. First of all, the ancient Egyptians didn't call themselves Egyptian. He doesn't even know what his so-called ancestral name is. All of the Egyptian trolls don't even know what the ancient Egyptian name was for their land or the name that they have for the people. So these people who are enslaved by the Arabs came and took over their economy, changed their religion, changed their language. They can't even go in the middle of the street today and practice their ancient Egyptian culture, has the nerve to talk about son of slaves. You're still in slavery in the Arab Republic of Egypt. And you'll see some comments when you scroll down a little bit more that talks about that they're going to change the name sometime this year to the Egyptian Republic, as if that is better. Egypt is not the name of the country, of the ancient country. So you still don't even know the name of your ancient country or the name of the ethnic group that was the people. You don't even know what they call themselves because they don't speak their language, because they are slaves to Arab people to this modern day. And only like some will say, well, we speak Coptic. You don't speak Coptic. You don't go into Egypt and they're speaking Coptic to one another. The only time they're talking about Coptic is when they're reading Christian texts in the Coptic language. You know, and matter of fact, Egypt is just what you said, Brother Rowan. He says, could really Egypt be the first place to be colonized? This is the first place to be colonized and enslaved by the people. See, they all over the place and don't know nothing about history. Let's see. So this is, look at this. So JM7 says, genius, switching on the Mediterranean boys. And then you have here, I mean, Egypt is a Mediterranean country regardless. You can't change its geography. Egypt is not a Mediterranean country. A small part of Egypt, its edge hits the Mediterranean Sea. It is an African country, and the people oriented themselves further down in the south in Nubia. The river that gives, nobody talks about ancient Egypt was watered by the Mediterranean. What you do find is that Egypt survived and only existed because of the Nile River, which starts in Congo and in Ethiopia and goes up south. The ancient Egyptians understood themselves as an African people. And that's why their north was in the south. Their north wasn't in the Mediterranean. They didn't look to the Mediterranean for guidance and for their heroes and things and their culture. It was all in the south, and we'll get into that. This is how we know that they stole African culture. Matter of fact, it is Diodorus Siculus who reaffirms this and shows how the Egyptians adopted the Ethiopian, the Sudanese culture, language, and script. The ancient Egyptians stole African culture. We're going to get on that. So Kwame Fulani says, a spaceship and highly advanced people. Which tribe or tribes or countries did they study? Of course, you could tell he didn't watch the video. So Selecta Blazing says, these people are crazy. This ain't even a discussion. Didn't the ancient Egyptians say they come from the south of the river Hapi? Big shout out to Sar, true scholar out there. I appreciate it, man. Let me show some love on your comment. Let me find some more of these trolls down at the beginning. And so here's one. So he says, the Nubian tribute presented to the king Tumahui. So he says, this is the image you claimed is a photo of the tomb and is in the British Museum. It's actually in the Met Museum. Let me go back to my, because I want to show, because I gave the link to the, I may have said British Museum, but it may be the Met. But let me find something real quick on my Facebook page, because it has all my details there. Because I first posted this on the Facebook page and on the Asarm Hotep. the image in which he's talking about. So let me, because I'm gonna share my link. I'm gonna share my page. I can't even find it real quick. Hold up there, Woody. Here we go. Where did I say this was? Indicating those how the Egyptians portrayed the actual image of the. Where did I put the link? Yeah, it may be the British Museum. But the thing is, when you go to the site, it is the actual photo. And I showed this in the presentation last night. And dang it, I lost it already on the Facebook page. It scrolled. Let me and so this is how they do me. And once you exit out of something, it scrolls you all the way back to the top. Now I'm going to scroll all the way back to the bottom. And here we go. So I'll save that for later. I'm going to come back. So what he's trying to say is that the photo in the at the British Museum is a recreation, and it's not. It's an actual photo of the tomb that they put on the website, and that's where you will see. And I see Due Diligence has joined the conversation. I'm gonna bring you both, you and Brother Lionel, in just a moment. So we have some time today. It's gonna be a fruitful conversation. But this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, that you can show the actual photo from the tomb and they'll still try to argue that it's either photoshopped or that it is a recreation, and that this is from Carl Richard Lepsis. No, you idiot. It is from the actual tomb. And let me just go down. He says, and see the racism here. So Prodigy, whoever that is, if you move your dirty asses to Egypt, you will be treated as your ancestors were, with chains, you bunch of suckers. So this is the kind of stuff that you see from these backwards Arabized Russian bots, because they're not intelligent enough to have a serious and deep discussion. So since you keep busting their ass with the scholarship and the primary source information, all they can do is resort to ad hominems. So this is how you know that they in their feelings, because they can never come back with any scholarship that defeats anything that I say. And so they understand that I'm not one of these regular conscious community folks who don't have the scholarship on this information. I'll take on any Egyptologist who argues the contrary on anything that I'm saying about what I'm saying. So here we go. Ahmed Abu Zaid. These aren't ancient Egyptian words. These aren't Egyptian names. These are Arabic names, because you've been colonized and enslaved by Arabs. So we in Egypt do not have racist terms. Yes, you do, because you speak Arabic and you call slaves abid. We do not have black and white. First of all, the word in Egyptian for black, one of them at least, is kim. And then you have an Egyptian word, the native one, hedjet, or hedge. It means white. So if you were a true Egyptian, you would know that you have terms for black and white in the ancient Egyptian language. But since you're not an ancient Egyptian, or you at least not of the heritage of the ancient Egyptians, you would not know this. These are modern American terms that have nothing to do with ancient Egypt. It is funny to say that Egyptians were only Brown or only white. I guess either he meant brown or only white. And we didn't say that. See, this is a person who don't know the arguments. You're hearing misinformation about something, and then trying to come on my page and put words in my mouth. And so we've always understood that the country of Egypt had different populations throughout its history. But what we argue is that the essential founders of the state and that the language and the motifs and all of that comes from what we would today in racist European language would call Black African people. And that the others were immigrants into there, and they intermingled over time. And this is how you get the color change that dominates in Egypt now. He doesn't even know the conversation. And what you'll try to find is that there's a group of folks of these Egyptian nationalists would try to say that the light, Middle Eastern color of the Egyptians, or at least the Egyptians that they try to project on TV, if they've always been this color, which is a goddamn lie. Because when other groups came into Africa and described the ancient Egyptians, they all used the words in their language as Black. None of them ever used any other word besides that word in their language for Black. None of them, not one. There's not one contradiction. They knew who the Egyptians were, and they knew who the foreigners were. And they never described the Egyptians in the color in which the foreigners were. And so, this is the kind of stuff. Let me scroll down some more. So here, you have no history, no civilization, and you were enslaved from the whole world. The whole world came in, and no, there was no whole world slavery in Africa. There's only, two groups of people who slaved. That's the Arabs and the Western Europeans, the English, and the Spanish primarily. And so, these are people who don't know nothing about history or the like. And so I respond here, you don't even speak the Egyptian language. You can't even practice your ancestral culture. Your language is Arabic, your religion is Islam. Now they crying in the mix. You're mixing between the Kushites and the Egyptians. Well, they were two different people and civilizations. The ancient Kushites and the ancient Egyptians. I didn't even mention Kushites in this conversation. But you can see he all in his feelings. He don't know where to go now. So he's shooting in another direction, trying to distract you from the fact that modern Egyptians are colonized, enslaved people in Egypt, in their freaking homeland, and don't want to admit it. They in their feelings because they don't know how to respond to factual information. And so here goes again. Egyptian are not Black and not white and not Arab. Stop this now. We are native Egyptians. First of all, as I stated before, Black is a color. White is a color. Egyptian is not a color, but they're trying to equate Egyptian to a color. The original Egyptians were Black. How we know that? We can see on the goddamn walls. And when the Greeks came in and visited Egypt, they said it in many different time periods and by different authors. They all described the Egyptians as Black. They never came with the Egyptians were their own color. They don't even know the dang argument or how to argue against it. And respect yourself when you're talking about Zahi Hawass. Zahi Hawass could kiss my Black ass. That's what I say. I know he was in the Hoppy film. This has nothing to do with Hoppy, but he is a racist troll. And it is what it is. And he is not a scholar. He does half-ass work and misinformation. He tried to use his position to bully an opinion, but he'll never debate anybody on this question because he know he will lose because he sucks as a scholar. And so it has nothing to do with him being an Egyptian or not. He's just a sorry-ass scholar. He's weak. And so our identity is Egyptian. The Egyptians never called themselves Egyptians. What are the Egyptians? What's their name? How do you pronounce your actual ethnic name if you are Egyptian? So you think we believe this shit right now? Egypt is for Egyptians and only Egyptians. Nope, it is for Arabs. That's why they took over it. There's Arabs now. They ain't Egyptians. Kick the Arabs out. Kick Islam out of Egypt and establish your own and re-identify with your own color, your own culture and history. Then come on the internet and talk shit. You can't talk shit on the internet and you don't even have control of your country. You don't even speak your own language. You don't practice your own religion. You don't even have your own original names. You're all over the place. Arabized Russian trolls and your Negro-Pean supporters. Then why don't you feel fascinated about African history, culture, etc.? Why Egypt? Why other cultures but African? This is what I mean. Whoever Shokri is. Shokri is not an ancient Egyptian name. It's not an ancestral name. See, this is what I mean. Egypt is in Africa. It's an African country. The Egyptian language is an African language. But this is how we know that these are racist, uneducated, cognitive dissonant trolls who don't know basic geography. So this is why I make the argument that stole African culture, because they're sitting here arguing that it's not African, that it's not in Africa, and it has nothing to do with African people. So I hope y'all are seeing this in real time, so that y'all don't think that I'm making up these arguments that and attributing them to the trolls. So let's continue. Masri, S.A. Ancient Egyptians stole. What? Are you serious, man? Yes, I'm serious, y'all. Ancient Egyptian thieves stole African culture with your third eye scan tool and the like. Do you know the dating of their civilization? The temples, the papyrus, the sarcophagus, the statues, the jewelries, the bust, the obelisk, the pyramids, the tombs, all in their feelings. Let me see it. Shout out from Cameroon. Egypt isn't black. Egypt isn't Arabian. The current name of the country is the Arab Republic of Egypt. Egypt isn't Arabian. Egypt is Egypt, and the Egyptians are always Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't call themselves Egyptians. Mustafa Hamdi Yusuf, this non-Egyptian name with your non-Egyptian hairstyle and ancient Egyptian color and ancient Egyptian beard, non-beard having self, Mr. Yusuf, Mustafa Hamdi Yusuf, a non-Egyptian name, and you're probably a Muslim, a non-Egyptian religion. Egypt is for Egypt. It is. And take your Mustafa Hamdi Yusuf out of Egypt and let the Egyptians have Egypt, and take Islam with you, since it's not Egyptian. All in your feelings. This is what being in your feelings gets you. I've never seen anybody cry more than Arabized Russian bots. Here's another Arabized Russian bot by the name of Ibrahim Yusuf. More Yusufs, a lot of Yusufs. Mustafa Hamdi Yusuf, Ibrahim. There was no Abraham in ancient Egypt. There's no Yusuf in ancient Egypt. These are non-Egyptian names. These are Muslim names from Arabs. Stole what, Asser? Stole what? Do you mean the voodoo rituals? Yes, they stole voodoo rituals. There's all kinds of voodoo rituals in ancient Egypt. This shows you he knows nothing about Egypt. He just lives there if he lives there. Or cannibalism. Yes, there's a whole stela called the cannibalist stela. That's all. It's just ancient Egypt's full of cannibalism. An inability to create a written language. It's the Nubians that created the Egyptian script. or the math. See, this is why I'm gonna bust their ass on the math tip, because the math that they got, the numbers, the way the accounting they got is dated even to the Ishango bone, which is like 20,000 years in the Congo. Like Egypt and to your European masters. What about your Arab masters? Let's talk about them. Ibrahim Yusuf. These people are slow as hell. Came and built your countries for you. Who built Egypt? Who built your industry without European interest in ancient Egypt and for their museums and their colonizations? Because, you know, the British colonized y'all too. So did the Persians, so did the Greeks, so did the Libyans, so did the Arabs. So everybody came and took over Egypt. Egypt ain't been for the Egyptians for I don't know how long, for like 2,000 years. So you talking about, no, it's your European masters. And Egypt ain't produced nothing for over 2,000 years. If it wasn't for the ancient Egyptians, nobody would be interested in Egypt, because Egypt doesn't produce nothing. It doesn't have natural minerals that everybody comes to Egypt to get. That's why the #1 industry in Egypt is tourism, because of the African component that created the Egyptian society. Without the African component, without the African language, without the African culture, Egypt would not be anything today. And that's a fact. And let them continue to be in their feelings. Ibrahim Yusuf, with your Arabic name, who practice a Arabic religion. You are a slave to Arabs. Let me see. I'm going to continue. I think this is spam here. Yes, of course. We will reveal your lies, evildoer, in front of the world. Ha, 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 ha. And the whole world will know that you are thieves of civilization and want revenge for your slavery. In Egypt, men and women will not allow you to go to Egypt again. You can dream away from the land of Egypt forever. And I challenge you, if you come to Egypt again, slave. Egypt Moonlight. Of course, he ain't going to use his real name, and he ain't going to show his face. But what's more important, what he ain't going to do is he ain't going to be able to show us an ancient Egyptian artifact with people who have his face in great numbers. That's what he's not going to do. I bet you won't do that, Egypt Moonlight. Show us a photo of your face and put it next to 3 or 4 ancient Egyptian reliefs that has 10 or more people on the relief, and they all have your skin color. I challenge you to do it. Egypt Moonlight. And if you need to ask Ibrahim Yusuf or Mustafa Hamdi Yusuf for backup, you can do it. Y'all can team up together. Show your face. Take a photo of your face with your skin color in color. And then we're going to go through the Egyptian artifacts and see if we can find a group of ancient Egyptian artifacts that have the people that have your skin color on it. How about that, Egypt Moonlight? Yes, of course, we will reveal your lies in front of the world, and the whole world will know that you are thieves of civilization and revenge for your slavery. We got to give him a villain voice, a comic book villain voice. It's the only way that you can read Egypt Moonlight commentary. And so you can see what I'm dealing with here in these comments. So y'all can go back to the video and see the kind of comments. But you see that these people are racist trolls who don't know nothing about history at all. And they make up all kinds of arguments and the like, and be all mad and in their feelings because they don't have that homework. They don't have that scholarship. So to the panel, I have Brother Lionel and Due Diligence. Peace and blessings. Welcome you both. I'll be wrapping up soon. So one quick question or comment from both of you. I'll start with Brother Lionel, then we'll go to Due Diligence. Are you there, Brother Lionel? I don't know if your mic is working or not, or if he just left.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I just want to start off. I just want to say two quick things. Number one, man, I don't know why you choose to waste time with people on YouTube, man. I mean, as Dr. Dana Reynolds Marniche told me, if you ain't a scholar, you don't exist to her. And you know. And another quick thing is that, you know, my whole interest with Egypt went down once I found out, due to global warming, Egypt is going to be uninhabitable in the next 40 years. So, like, what, like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be, can't nobody live up there in the next 40 years. So, I mean, it ain't even, you know? Like,
I understand. But keep in mind this, you know, you do the serious work for the community and the scholastic community. But you also got to remember that I'm not arguing with any of them. I can give a rat's ass about them. They're not my target. Notice I didn't post the video in any groups that they would be a part of. I didn't advertise to them. They came to my channel wanting to troll. So, you know, you're just going to have to deal with these people regardless on that, or you're going to attract the trolls regardless on this subject. My point in doing this is simply I'm doing it in a funny way, but I'm teaching my community how to argue. And it's just a teaching method. And so in logic and mathematics and philosophy, you have proofs, right? So when people talk about you want to prove something to somebody, that isn't a mathematics and philosophy logic. It's not an issue of science. In science, you can't prove anything. You can only develop a statistical model for the chance that if we were to do this experiment again, we would get the same results, right? So it's more empirical knowledge. It is evidence-based, but proof is logic. And when we're having these discussions, I'm teaching the public how to do a proof by contradiction. So this is when you are able to take a premise and agree to the truth of the premise or series of premises. And then you apply the same logic to a related argument, because if this is true, then this will have to be true over here. And so it should not pose any contradiction. But if we go that route in terms of the logic of the premises and apply it here and it provides a contradiction, then this proves that the initial premises were not true to begin with. So, for example, you saw me post the comment that says that the Africans, excuse me, that Egypt had nothing to do with Africa and the Africans. That's a stupid comment. It's one made of ignorance, and you cannot accept the premise. Because why? Because we know for a fact that Egypt is in Africa. By geographical definition, ancient Egypt is in Africa, and they are Africans. So you can't exist and be born in Africa and not be an African. It's a contradiction in concept. It's like being a married bachelor. You know, the very fact that you are either married makes it that it's impossible for you to exactly be a bachelor. But you can't be a bachelor and married, because a bachelor is a single unmarried man, right? And so it's a contradiction. So you can't accept one premise that you are married and then try to accept another premise that you are a bachelor.
Right.
They contradict each other. And so so it's in the same way. You can't be of the ancient Egyptians and be an Egyptian in Africa and not be African.
Didn't you say you saw them put on sunscreen?
Yes, I was watching Egyptians, so-called very light-skinned Egyptians. They were putting on sunscreen when I was there in August in 2015. 7 years ago.
Sunscreen.
So, you know, it's just crazy, the logic. So this is I'm preparing the people to be able to make these arguments in different ways. So, for example, if the Egyptians were not African and had nothing to do with Africa and aren't related to Africans, then it would be impossible, for example, for me to find natively the word ma'at in any African language, especially in Central Africa. So, you know, we know for a fact, you know, for those of us who are skilled in linguistics, that, you know, when you're able to establish regular sound meaning correspondences between two or more languages, and, you know, these words are, you know, we've eliminated chance as an explanation for why you find these terms and borrowings and the like. We've eliminated that borrowing as a chance, that the only logical conclusion is that these two terms in these two different, two or more separate languages were inherited from a much ancestral parent language. And so that's why the linguistic piece it kills them every single time. But of course, we know the Arabized Russian trolls are not savvy enough. They're not scholars. So they're not going to get why the language piece kills their whole argument, you know. But for the more sophisticated, for any of their racist Zahi Hawass, you know, people who actually got PhDs and are actually scholars in the field, when they try to make that argument, you know, we expect them to know better, because allegedly they went through the academic process and got a PhD. So when you present them with these facts, like Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophilo Benga did in the 1974 Cairo Symposium, it provides a contradiction. It's a proof by contradiction. If you were totally unrelated to these African people, it would be impossible for us to find these words and concepts and themes and practices in any of these countries, these African countries, natively, without any documented evidence of correspondence between the two groups. So if you have Ma'at and are living Ma'at in ancient Egypt, And then you find Ma'at in the Congo and in Cameroon and in amongst the Amazulu in South Africa and the people in Sudan and people in Kenya. Same word, same relationship to the people and culture. The only argument that you can make is that this was inherited from the ancestral culture, which means the same culture that gave birth to the ancient Egyptians, the same genetic people and culture that gave birth to the ancient Egyptians, also gave birth to the people in Cameroon, the people in the Congo, the people in South Africa, and the people in Kenya, who all have these phrases and words, ma'at, and all kinds of basic words for like son, water, human being, uncle, mother, father, child, to give birth, kingship, all this other kind of stuff. So this is what I mean by doing a proof by contradiction on and just using they stole African culture to make these points, because they sound silly trying to argue that the ancient Egyptians weren't Africans and they weren't related to African people, and they don't look African and all this other kind of stuff. It's just dumb stuff from the racist trolls. And so when you're able to
even people on YouTube say the same thing.
I'm sorry?
Even people on YouTube be saying the same stuff,
Understood. But again, I'm not arguing. I don't argue with YouTubers and the like. If I do, I'll invite them on the program and we can have a discussion there. Like the issue that me and Dr. Wesley Muhammad have, we're ironing this out on paper through scholarship. That's how scholars do it. But at the same time, for people who are just coming into this information and they're searching for information on YouTube, you don't want the only information that comes up on YouTube is to be the stuff from the Negropeans, Russian robots, Russian bots, and the Arabized Russian trolls, robots or bots, with all the other misinformation. And so you have to present, you have to be involved in the social media sphere to present this information, so that when serious-minded people are looking for serious scholarship, they can find it. So it's not, I'm just using them, as a reason to have this discussion in a new and more fun way.
Okay.
That's it. So I'm not going to be going back and forth with these idiots. They're dumb as fuck. And you'll waste your time, going tit for tat with idiots like these on the internet. I don't do that, and I strongly urge us not to do that. But sometimes I just like to have fun, and so they can get this work too. And so I can kill two birds with one stone, walk and chew gum at the same time. That's the brilliance of African people. Well, I appreciate your question, and now I'm going to go to due diligence. And I saw Delany Center, who was on earlier, but he fell off. So I don't know if you were having trouble, but you can, hop back on and ask your question or give your comment as well. But we have due diligence. So peace and blessings to you, and welcome to the Mbongi.
Peace, brother Asar. How are you?
I am well. And yourself?
Well, thank you. So I just wanted to ask you about the statement that you made about ancient Egyptians considering themselves African. Why do you say this?
I say this in the most general sense. There was no Africa at that time, but they considered themselves among the people who who I call the Arabized Russian bots, are trying to say that they weren't associated with. So everything in their culture points to the South. Their orientation in terms of direction was to the South. Their constant, when they wanted to flee, they always fled to the South. and even in terms of their deity associations. For example, there's a text where the two deities, we know the conflict between Heru and Seth, or Horus and Seth, for those who understand that name. And it talks about how it is Heru who is governed and also basically gave birth to the Egyptians and the Nehesu. And it was Seth that was, in one story, over the quote unquote Asiatics and others outside. And so you have the righteous and everything. There's an association. They group themselves with the Cushites and the Hesu. But on the enemy side, they identified them as Seth. And then, of course, there are some Nehesi groups that they were enemies with as well, that was included in their 9 bowls.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So when we say African, is it like how we identify as African today, as in we feel whenever we say African today, well, just at least let me finish.
All right.
So whenever we say African today and people say the ancient Egyptians aren't African, because in the sense that we can't identify as African today is that we all are descendants from Africa. Like we are descendants, like direct descendants from these people over there. Like that's how we identify. But then also there's the context of a nationalistic perspective to where you're just saying that, you know, we are from over here. So in which general context are you saying that Egyptians are African? Do you think that they see themselves as the same as everybody else? You know what I'm saying? In that context, as far as generally, like we are all kin?
Again, no. And I knew exactly where you were going. And so, you know, there was no Africa at that time. There was no African at that time. And so when we say African, I'm using this in a very specific sense in terms of how we understand modern geography. Egypt is in Africa, they are Africans. Just like Morocco is in Africa, they're Africans. Just like
that it wasn't
Ghana
Africa
is
at
in
the time.
Africa, it's in Africa. It's simple. It's a
Aren't we-
geographical thing. I'm not talking about a social identity.
Sorry, at that point right there, aren't we still imposing a modern construct on the ancient people to say that they're African when they don't even understand the construct themselves? Don't we want to be correct and call them what they call themselves?
No. You're overcomplicating and you're overthinking. Egypt today is in modern Africa. It's an African country. They are Africans. What they're trying to say, and I don't know if you were able to catch the video, is that they're not quote unquote Negroes, whatever the fuck that means.
Right.
You know, they have this true Negro racist hypothesis that they operate by. So that's what they're trying to mean by African.
You define African in the sense that you mean it in, like define the sense of African in the way that you mean it when you say Egyptians are African.
Just because in the same way that they're using African. When they're saying African, they're saying the people of West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, South Africa.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that these people who you were calling the Africans, the true Negroes, is where the culture and everything comes from. And we can prove this scientifically in any direction in which you want to, in any field in which you want to argue it. And so if by your logic, you were not related or anything to these Africans, the true Negroes, whatever word that they want to use, it would be impossible for we to detect these correspondences amongst these African Negroes, the blacks, the slaves, whatever word that you want to use. Those people who are in these geographical spaces, it would be impossible for you to make that argument.
You talk about context, right? And then we have these conversations about antiquity, and then we use these modern constructs to talk about ancient times. And to me, they just don't apply whenever you talk about being accurate and portraying the story, right? You kind of want to use the terms.
For example, I'm very careful in how I word what I say and what I say. That's why I started off the video, not today, for example, the one on Friday, for which we're discussing now, with a conversation of the words of Zahi Hawass. And from that point on, I'm using the language and the words that Zahi Hawass uses, and to do a proof by contradiction, by the meanings and what he means by the words in which he says. And so we understand in general, what we mean, but when we want to get specific, that's exactly what we do.
Right.
I don't like the term Nubian because it's a modern construct. It's just a grouping of a racist grouping by early Egyptologists to try to replace the word Negro or the blacks. Because in their minds, the Egyptians weren't the blacks. They weren't the Negroes. So anybody who wasn't the blacks or the Negroes, who weren't Egyptians were the blacks or the Negroes, quote unquote, to the south. And so they made a blanket term Nubians. But the ancient Egyptians didn't have no concept of Nubia and Nubians.
But the ancient Egyptians also didn't have a concept of Africans being in Africa.
So they also didn't have a concept of Egyptians.
Correct. So in our discussions, when we keep in mind that today's conversation is not a structured conversation. So when I have my conversations, I use the name that they call themselves, the Remech. We use the words Kemet and Tameri, Idebwi for the country. We use the word Iteru or Hapi for the Nile. So it's hard.
We name the groups. We get very specific here.
So just whenever we're dealing with history and we're trying to be historically correct, and we say the ancient Egyptians are Africans, in a historical concept, in a historical context, that's inaccurate. That can be an inaccuracy. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how you look at it, because it doesn't. It's out of context.
But in order for you to have a conversation, so that you can place people, look, this is how. If I'm talking amongst, for example, Brother Wujawu or Brother Sanjeti, as we study the text, I can use all the specific words and I won't miss a beat. But if I'm in the public and they have no idea, when I talk about the Wawa, do you know who the Wawa are?
I understand the point that you're making, and that's why.
Answer the question. Do you know who the Wawa are?
That's why we are clearing up this discussion.
I asked you a question, yes or no?
I do not.
Okay, but if I was to say the Nubians.
Continue. I hear you.
All right, so you would understand off the back, and then I can bring clarity to you later and tell you that the Wawa is a group of Sudanese Africans who are currently grouped in the literature under the Nubians. You see how easy that was? But when I'm having a general discussion amongst a wide group of people with differing backgrounds, I use basic stuff which they understand and know today, and then I bring them more specifically the deeper we get into the discussion.
And that's why I brought up the point, because we are having these.
But you're speaking to the choir who already does this stuff on this channel. I don't know if you're new to me or this channel.
No, sir. No. Well, what I'm trying to get across to you is that you may know that, Asar. Wujawu may know that, but the general YouTube public, whenever we having these conversations, whenever you say these things like the Egyptians are African, what do you think they mean? How they take it? Not how you take it, because we know how you feel, but how do you think these YouTube streets take it?
Look, I can't account for all the YouTube street. You know how many millions of channels there are?
That's why we have this conversation.
But listen, I run my channel the way I run my channel. I introduce things. I have tons of different discussions on this very subject. I have written material, and I have new people who subscribe all the time. So I have to reiterate every single conversation that this is the general term of today, but this is what it is, and this is the proper context in which to understand it. I have that discussion every single time I have a discussion on this platform. So again, I'm not sure if you know about this channel. So please don't think about anybody else and what anybody else is doing on their channel. This is a totally different space here. So trust and believe. For those who follow me regularly, they understand and know completely. But there are new people here that I have to re-emphasize this stuff. So, you know, if you don't understand, that is, I can't make you understand. And you are one of many people who visit this channel. And so if they are confused, they'll ask a question and I'll clarify. And they'll know my proper context is they didn't make it to that lesson. It's YouTube. This is why we write.
It just bogs down
the books and understand our full context and what we mean.
I just think the conversations get bogged down whenever we're not clear, because just leaving it in a general sense, whenever you're trying to teach the masses like that, they're going to take it the wrong way.
Again, this is something that I also talk about on my channel.
This is I'm not arguing with you now. I'm just expressing my belief.
I'm telling you this. One, again, you're overthinking and you're overcomplicating it. And two, you are projecting your insecurities and limitations onto others. You can't speak for other people. You don't know what they understand and what they don't. Not on my channel, unless you interviewed all of them. I know the people on my channel because I interact with them. I not only speak to them on YouTube, I speak to them on Facebook, some of them in person. We meet. I know the different levels I can gauge because I interact with these people on a daily basis. But you don't interact with my audience. So you can't speak on what my audience understands or knows or how they need to be taught. I adjust accordingly. And then it depends on what the lesson is. So if, and this is what I just, like I told the other brother, when it came to why are people talking about Nabta Playa? That's why you have, there's nothing stopping you from getting a Google account and starting a YouTube channel and teaching the way that you want to teach.
So let me ask you this question again, I'm sorry.
If you feel that others aren't doing it right and correctly, you start your movement and you do it that way. And every single time that you have a show, you make sure that you emphasize that that, you know, we can't think of them as Africans and all this kind of stuff right now and all that. And you, once you find yourself having to repeat that all the time, you'll understand that as soon as you get more and more people, you're going to have to explain things over and over again. That's the life of a teacher. And some people are up here because they've already got the teachings, and then some people are in the middle, and some people are brand spanking new. And on a public platform, you got to be able to speak to all of them at the same time, unless it is specifically for a targeted audience. You must have these prerequisites in order to understand and take this class. But that's what you do. You do the work yourself. You create your own. We're going to go. So we got the other brother who's going to talk about Nabta Playa. And now we're going to go to the Due Diligence YouTube channel. And he's going to teach us the correct way in which to view the ancient Egyptian society and what words to use when you when we have these discussions about ancient Egypt, because all of us ain't gonna get it. So since we all aren't going to get it and we're going to be confused by the language, this is how Brother Due Diligence is going to correct us and bring us to the next level of excellence and scholarship so that we can understand it. That's what you do. You just do your
so
own
can I
thing.
ask you a question? All that is understood, bro. I understand. Right. So anyway, the question is, again, the direct question, which you didn't ask, whenever we're keeping things in context and we're talking about ancient times, is it correct to refer to ancient Egyptians as Africans if we're being historically correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Because if we are referring to a land space, we use the language that we do today. And so the geographical space in which to give people an orientation to is modern day Africa. That's what it is. If I was to say Mediterranean, they didn't call it Mediterranean. So I can use that same logic when somebody says ancient Egypt was a Mediterranean society. They ain't say Mediterranean. When they call the so-called the Asiatics in the Near East of what? There was no Near East. There was no Middle East in ancient times. But it gives the person a modern context in terms of location. That's all. Again, overthinking is not that serious. We correct them, we let them know that this is the reality, but we're only saying this, for modern conversation and scholarship. Simple, easy fix. It's not that hard. It doesn't require too many brain cells to do that.
Yeah, I do understand that. Peace, brother. Sorry. I hope you have a good day.
All right, appreciate you. Let me see. Anybody else? I guess I'll give it about 10 more minutes. And, again, you can, the link to join is at the top. And, you can ask your question or give your comment. So yeah, they don't overcomplicate it, people. It's not that serious. When we like if I say, Nigerians back in the day, there was no Nigeria until 1884. But if I say Nigeria, it gives you a place, most of y'all may not know where Ile-Ife is, or some of the other little small locations. But you can talk about that. I can say, in modern day Nigeria, the Yoruba claim that they were birthed out of Ile-Ife and that all life and people emerged out of Ile-Ife. That's how you have the conversation. You bring them to a space in which they know, and then you get more specific. And so now they know the proper context in which to view it. That's why when we have the conversations, we don't usually say Egypt. We say Kemet and Tam-Meri, because those are the names used in the ancient Egyptian literature for the place. But if I was to say Egypt, I wouldn't be wrong, because I'm giving the term that y'all know what we mean for those who don't know where Kemet is, or where Tam-Meri is, or Idibwe. You start from what people know, and you bring them, you let them know further what they may not know. And you're going to have to jump back and forth if you're on an open forum where you have new people joining the conversation every day. We have Delany back online. Peace and blessings. Welcome to the Mbongi.
Peace, brother Asar. First, I want to thank you for all the work you do, man.
I appreciate it.
Necessary to the community. Appreciate you. What I know it's kind of off subject, but I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the book Hebrew is Greek and the linguistics of it. Do you believe it to be linguistic proof that Hebrew is Greek?
I can't say. I haven't read that text, and so I would want to know what the person's argument is for that, and what evidence that they have to make that argument. So, you know, or what's the logic for that argument? I can't say because I haven't read the text, but I'm already suspicious because it is, what was the text again? Hebrew is Greek. Brother Dessalines?
Yeah, sorry about that. Hebrew is Greek. You there?
Okay, yeah. So when you say Hebrew, and this is just my studies, and this is something that I personally studied, we know that Hebrew is actually a dialect of the Canaanite language, the Phoenician language, excuse me. And there's all kinds of linguistics ways in which we can prove it. Now, could you argue that there is a lot of Greek words in Hebrew? Possibly. We know that the New Testament was written in Greek and written in a North African Egyptian context, because that's where the scrolls were found, right? But if they're using that to make the argument, I would say that as a weak argument. But, you know, I'm not the kind of person to make a judgment on a text that I have not read. So I would have to look at the arguments to see if that is sound, what they are saying. And it doesn't seem to be sound to me, but you know, I try not to come with a bias, but you know, certain titles and arguments, you know, kind of force you to lean somewhere, but then, you know, you kind of get rid of it so that you can be open to the argument itself. But, you know, are they talking about Hebrew language is Greek? Because that would mean Hebrew is a Indo-European language. Yeah, I can't say. I don't have enough.
Well, I'd love to get the book to you sometime, if it's possible. I'm here in New York, so anytime you're in New York, you can give me a shout, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. I appreciate it, and I already found it, so I'll peruse through it and look at that and see what the argument is. And so it was published in 1982. Beckett Publications by Joseph Yahuda.
Yeah.
So
he pretty much does a linguistic showcase of how he gets to linguistically from Greek and Phoenician to Hebrew and Arabic. He says that the Greeks created Arabic and Hebrew.
Now, are we talking scripts?
Script, yeah. The language.
Oh, that's okay. Now, yeah, you should have included that. That's now I still wouldn't say that it's Greek. But because regardless of that, all of that is Egyptian. And so I don't know if you are up on the scholarship of how the Phoenician script emerged out of the Meta-Neter script.
Right.
So the Greek, the Hebrew, the Phoenician, all of that, even the Arabic script, all of that comes out of the Egyptian script, period. So unless he starts off with Egypt, then, you know, I can't necessarily take it seriously. You know, if he wants to start with and say that is the Hebrew script comes from the Greeks and that the Greeks had it first, that's going to be kind of hard to argue, especially since we have evidence of this in Egypt, of the Semitic speakers who were working in Central Egypt and in the Sinai mines, who developed. So what they did is they took the Egyptian script. They couldn't read the Egyptian script. What they did is they took some of the signs and they applied their own phonetic value to them, and then used that to communicate. And it evolved over time. but we still have those artifacts in Egypt. So that's going to be, regardless, it's going to be hard for him to argue. Again, I don't want to pass judgment, and I haven't read the text yet. So I'll do that, and I just acquired it right now, and at least a PDF version of it. And so I will look at his argument, and then I will also, I'll have my own judgments, and then I will look at some of the reviews of the text. So this is my first time even hearing of this text, so I appreciate the recommendation. But this looks interesting. Oh, and I guess he logged off. So let me see. I am going to go, and we have Muhammad who just joined. Peace and blessings, and welcome to the Mbongi. Question or comment? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. Are you close to the microphone? Or is there any kind of volume on your mic? Because like you're really, really low. Like I have to listen closely to hear you.
Is it better now? It's better now?
No, it's pretty much the same. Are you on a phone or are you on a computer, like a laptop?
A computer, an old, dilapidated, trodden down computer.
And
Laptop.
I don't know. I mean, I can hear you now. It's just that you're still kind of low. So I'll just make sure that I'm extra quiet and listening, and I'll try to repeat for the people who may not be able to hear you as well. But go ahead.
Do you want me to go out and try to fix it and come back in?
You can try that, and
Okay.
and I'll be on here and wait for you.
Okay, I will try that. Thank you, bro.
Right.
I will be back in a second.
All right, no problem. And so we'll just be waiting on Brother Muhammad to come back, and wait for him. Let me see if there's any comments recently. I haven't been paying attention to the comments, so let me. Someone says nobody argues when you say the Germanics are European, but when you say anything about ancient Egyptians, everybody has something to say. Anything to deny the Africans, anything. Yeah, there's context, and we make sure that we put it in its proper context. And so, and I should have added that when we talk about that the Egyptians were African, we're not simply talking about the geographical space. This is why the language and everything is important. So if we were doing stats, right, you have what we call a plot chart. And what you're looking for is a cluster analysis. When you put all of these variables together and you measure them or you calculate them with these different groups, what groups cluster together based on these variables? And what we're saying is that when we're saying that they are African is that when we look at language, when we look at culture, when we look at worldview, when we look at philosophy, when we look at rituals, burial, marriage customs, and the like, all of those different things, not only that, as well as the skin color, hair, all these other kind of phenotypes or whatnot, they cluster with those groups. They cluster more with those groups who exist on the continent of Africa, who who extend all the way to the western parts of Africa, to Central Africa, and to the eastern part. Everything when you talk about ancient Egyptian society clusters with these groups. And this has been stated over and over again, not only by quote unquote Black African scholars, but by European scholars. And so when they're talking about, like, I always quote, for example, Dr. Sonaron, who says that when you want to, and I'm paraphrasing now, you know, to understand the religion and philosophy of the ancient Egyptians, you know, it is best to go and study the works of Ogo Togmeli, which is the Dogon, you know, he being a representative of the Dogon, and the Bantu philosophy. Why would he say that? Because when he's looking, and he says, and in addition, he ends with but when it comes to the Greeks, we can find little to no resemblance at all. So if you want to understand ancient Egyptian religion, philosophy, and culture, look to the Dogon and to the Bantu. But you can't look to the Greeks, and for that matter, any of the Europeans, to find this. And this is coming from a European. So what is he saying? That when it comes to religion, philosophy, and culture, the ancient Egyptians cluster with the Dogon and the Bantu speaking people of Central and Southern Africa. And that's what we mean when we say, when we talk about that these are African people. Whether they call themselves African or not is irrelevant. That's a term, it's a label, it's a geographical term. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about these individual variables that when we put them together and we try to find these same ideas, structures, and language, and you know, we start talking about conjugating verbs and all of this other kind of stuff, and the pronouns and everything in the language and the words for sun, words for moon, word for human being, daughter, word for arm, leg, body, head, you know, for teeth, for, you know, just basic words for boat and all of this other kind, just basic words and basic concepts. All of these different things cluster with these groups in inner Africa, but you do not find these same types of correlations and relations amongst the people in the Middle East. And a matter of fact, this is explicitly said, and we got our brother Muhammad back, and I'm gonna come to him in just a moment. But I want to go here first. So I'm gonna share my screen, and let me switch accounts here. And so I'm gonna go to my group settings, and I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna search real quick for submit it, because this is important. For example, so like I'm gonna share this screen here. And Chrome. So remember that we're talking about clustering here. So a number of years ago at the University of Texas in Austin, there was a conference, and there was another one that happened in Connecticut a year later. So there was two conferences on this. And this scholar here, this linguist, Irene Wilson Wright, presented at this conference at the University of Texas in Austin. And the title of his presentation was Rethinking the Relationship Between Egyptian and Semitic, the Morphological, Lexical, and Phonological Evidence. So let's read his abstract real quick. And so hopefully, let me take that down so y'all can see better. And I'm going to make this full screen so that y'all can see a little better, right? So the title of the abstract, that's the title of his presentation. And here's his abstract. So he says, although Egyptologists and Semiticists alike agree that Egyptian and Semitic are genetically related based on morphological evidence, they have yet to establish systematic sound correspondences between the two language families. The lack of sound correspondences in turn raises doubts about the relationship between Egyptian and Semitic and necessitates a renewed analysis of their shared features. In this talk, I will review the morphological, lexical, and phonological evidence for a genetic relationship between between Semitic and Egyptian by comparing Proto-Semitic and internally reconstructed Egyptian forms, a standard historical linguistic procedure that has helped establish numerous language families, ranging from Indo-European to Uto-Aztecan. Based on this comparison, I argue that there is insufficient evidence to support a genetic relationship between Egyptian and Semitic. This is not to say that the two language families are not genetically related, only that it is impossible to detect a genetic relationship between them using current methodology. In other words, when we're looking from the linguistic perspective, Egyptian and Semitic does not cluster together. And so this kills the argument by the Arabized Russian bots that these are some Southwest Asian people who came into Egypt and built the civilization and settled. So there's actually someone who says that in my comments on the video from the other day, right? And this is something that has been repeated continuously. If that was the case, we have proof by contradiction. Then why aren't they speaking Semitic languages? Why isn't Semitic relationship to Egyptian? So it had to be some unknown, unrelated to the people who are in the Middle East, or it could be that they are in fact right, that there was these Semitic speaking, non-African language speaking people who lived in the Middle East and came into Egypt and then created the civilization. But since the Semitic languages, which did not originate in Africa, but is the dominant language in that area in the quote unquote Middle East, they came into Africa and adopted an African language, which means they adopted the African customs. And we have evidence of actually that happening. And I've discussed that many a times on this channel. So even if you did come from the Southwest Asia and settled into Egypt, you adopted the African language and culture, because there's no evidence of any relationship of Egyptian to the Semitic languages. And I repeat, it is impossible to detect a genetic relationship between them using current methods, because they're not related languages. And the only similarities that you see there is because of long contacts with each other and borrowings into Semitic and into Egyptian from Semitic. And the African scholars, the African scientists have been saying this stuff since the 70s. And so now when they actually want to try to get scientific, they discover, oh, the Africans were right on this question. But they didn't invite the African scholars to this conference. They didn't give they didn't say, well, Dr. Theophilo Benga and Sheikh Anta Diop and Jean-Claude Mboli and Abubakar Musalam and Oscar Pafuma and Omen Digi and Brother Asar Hotep and all of these other brothers and sisters and Dr. Raketi Amin, that these people were in fact right and we were wrong. No, they just try to make it seem like they were on the natural scientific path and they just discovered this stuff on their own. That's the kind of BS that we have to deal with in these racist scholarship streets. But I digress for now and bring Brother Muhammad back onto the program. So hopefully we can hear his mic a bit better. And if not, we'll just have to make it do what it do.
Is this better now? How you doing, bro?
Yes, it's better. Peace and blessings. Welcome to the Mbongi.
Ashe, Chicago. You can definitely hear me pretty well, right?
Yes, so yes, I can hear you. I can hear you a lot better, at least, than what you was on earlier.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So it worked out. I'm glad to hear that. It worked out. Yeah, thank you, bro, for letting me in for the third or fourth time. Really enjoying the discussions and knowledge and all that stuff. So I guess I'm trying to find my way here, and also for everyone else, I think they do have there is an Easter today, I guess, or something like that. But we are in Ramadan as well, in the middle of Ramadan, for people who subscribe to the Islamic religion, in terms of particularly in terms of African people. So one thing before I start, Brother Asar, I wanted to. You were talking earlier about Hawass, Zahi Hawass, the Egyptologist in the chair, or I think the boss in the ministry, in the Ministry of Antiquity in Egypt, right? Zahi Hawass, and this guy, because I just I want to illustrate to what extent this person is extremely racist, extremely particularly anti-black, because of the fact that I know Arabic, and I grew up in the area. He was talking. I saw this interview way back in the days, when I was a kid, and he was talking about in the Egyptian TV to the host. He was talking about they were arguing this fact that American Negroes, or American, they were kind of implying that these American, excuse my language, these American niggers, talking about they're having an affinity, and they're having connections to the ancient Egypt, and me as an Egyptian, as a guardian to our civilization, and to the and to Egypt, whatever that means in his mind. I have debated them, and I have killed them, and I have illustrated their flaws, and with my scientific methodology, with archaeology work, and the carbon dating work that we have done, which was really brilliant. And now I'm just I'm quoting what he's saying. But at a particular juncture, I remember he said that when he came, I don't know when that exactly happened, but he said that when he came to America, he said that he came to America at some point, and I think he was referring to some some black intellectuals who are interested in Egyptology and all that, along with other black people. He's saying that when he came to, I think he was referring to in '90s, something like that. He came to America, and he basically he killed us. He killed the blacks here in America in the debate. He was characterizing us as Zunuj, and Zunuj in Arabic, it's kind of like niggers. It's kind of like niggers in English. And he said the Zunuj were, they got so mad, and they were protesting outside, and they were protesting outside. They were outraged, and they were, they were being violent, and they were being irrational, and they just, they couldn't take it, because I wasn't about to compromise, or or admit, or kind of go along with them and say that, yeah, you have some kind of connections, with Egypt and things like that, So I just wanted to, I thought that I just let that out, because it triggered in my mind, those kind of memories, those rhetoric, and
Quick question. Not to interrupt you. I'm gonna let you get back to it. Was this interaction ever recorded? That you and I'm talking about the interaction that Zahi Hawass said that he had with the African Americans, quote unquote.
Yes, I think. I mean, I don't know. It was on TV, so I'm pretty sure it's recorded somewhere. It's just maybe it's not translated. But I mean, I can if I find the footage, I can actually translate it. I mean, because I know Arabic. I mean, that's my mother tongue, so I can translate the whole thing. I have no problem. You know, like, and actually he spoke about lots of other stuff and how the methodology, the scientific methodology, you know, proves that, you know, like we are Egyptians. We are not, you know, we are like a specific type of phenotype. We are not Arabs, but we are not Zunut. We are not niggers.
Yeah, he said that on. It was I showed a video clip on Friday, and it's probably my second or third time showing that video clip where Zahi Hawass says that the Africans, excuse me, the Egyptians were not Africans. It had nothing to do with the Africans, and our lips were not the same, and our noses were not the same, or something to that nature. Matter of fact, let me quote it because I wrote it down what he said. He's like, the Egyptians were dark skinned, but they were not Negro, because look at the lips of the Negroes like that, and the nose like this. It's not real. You cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. And that was the basis of my conversation on Friday. Well, that starts because that what he says there is what you see these trolls do, who come on the YouTube or social media spheres, and they repeat that same rhetoric. Not saying that they got it from Zahi Hawass, but they come from the same camp or same school of thought. So I was just wondering if there was a videotape of the interaction between him and the African Americans, so we can judge. Because it's like me and you was playing basketball, and I came back and was like, yeah, I had Muhammad, I was dunking on Muhammad, and I was hitting threes on him, but there's no videotape to prove that you lost to me. I could have won, but it was only by one little layup, and it was by default. And so or whatever, like whatever I'm saying, it could not be true, but there's no evidence of the interaction. So I want to see what Zahi Hawass said, what he dodged, and how he answered what questions, and by what evidence did he come to argue. But yeah, it may be hard to try to find this mythical interaction, but I just wanted to know if there was any go ahead.
Yeah, I know for a fact that he has a bunch of videos and a bunch of, and like he talked in bunch, because like keep in mind that he's a super sort of like prestigious and respected figure in Egypt and in Morocco, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, in Libya, because he, like, people take his word for granted, like he's the absolute authority on these matters of like of Egyptology and things like that. And there's a lot of Sudanese scholars, they kind of contested him and all that stuff, but our voices, the voices of the Sudanese intellectuals, is kind of always drowned, because he's, there is also like a ideological and cultural collusion with him from the Western scholars and Asian scholars as well, and and along with other Black scholars as well. Like, so this is because like so this was my point when I was referring to, like, the idea of scientificity and genetics and all that stuff, because like people take it and play with it, manipulate it, and repurpose it in all different ways. In fact, he said that it's his prominent, like these Egyptian people. I mean, I know this kind of quality. Like they are and they are absolutely dross. They are dross. Like I talk to them. Like I know how not only not only snide and disgusting and vile and dejected they are, but they are also like you said, they are extremely they're extremely ignorant. But they do have this thing of Arab Islamic supremacy and white supremacy that backs them up. So this is so you can imagine the stuff that we have to fight with.
Yes.
Because,
And I was just speaking with a Sudanese brother today, and we was having the same conversation. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the prevalent discourse, the prevalent educational discourse, which I have been subjected to, and other Sudanese people and Egyptian people as well, that the same stuff, the same BS that these people are kind of regurgitating and spitting out, that there is so essentially there is like two races or two phenotypes in Egypt that existed. They don't call them Negroes. They call them like the people who are without beards and with like people who are sort of like Ethiopians or like Nubians that don't have body hair.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that that's one group of people that existed in Egypt, right? And the other group is a hairy group. The other group that is a hairy group it's kind of like, so the implication is they look like Caucasians. They are kind of like look like Syrian people. They look like Levantian people, and there was a sort of like a continuous kind of like a struggle and conflict and war between these two groups of people. But even the hairless people, the hairless group of people, even those people are not not Negroes, or they say that they are not, because like in the Arabic world, just like in the English speaking world as well, slaveness and blackness are fused together. So it's extremely hard, even when you are talking to, and this is my point that I wanted to ask you, like what advice that you would have in terms of when we are trying to do this work, whether in our community or whether in cultural institutions, group discussions, when we are trying to build our own curriculum, our own kind of like knowledge. One of the main things that one of the main adversity that we come across is the idea, like first of all, language, because language itself is adversarial to what we are trying to prove, whether English or Arabic or everything, anything. The second thing is the main tenets of Egyptology is extremely anti-black, right? Like the science itself is steeped in anti-blackness, and you can like what Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophilo Benga and other prominent scholars, and you yourself, trying to do, is trying to separate and strain the husk from the chaff, trying to make things clear, be constructive, be critical, be systematic, and expose the flaws. And but it's extremely difficult for the normal person, because that I mean, like for example, like they would argue with you saying that Egyptians, they might have adopted some sort of African stuff. They might have some African elements. They might have some African language and all that stuff. But they are not, them themselves, the person, the flesh themselves, as a corporeal entity, they are not niggers. Like, because we are niggers, right? Like, we are in the world, we are constructed as niggers. So like, we are contaminating the legacy and the virginal image of ancient Egypt by trying. So so they can accept the fact that they have adopted some sort of like prehistoric African knowledge, but then they will tell you like yeah, I mean, they just built on it and they just elaborated it, but the people themselves, the people themselves are not, and this is my problem when even with some Black scholars, when they are talking about the diversity of Egypt and the fact that there were like white people and there were Black people and there were brown people and there were like Asian people. I mean, we know that the ancient world was diverse as well, but this is not about the ancient world. This is about war. So we are trying to theorize a way to engage in, like what Jacob Carruthers would call intellectual warfare. Like with these people. So our people, our young people, and we try to do this all the time, enforce it, like all the time. So our young people can know and can go, to the right knowledge mines and knowledge wells, and draw from there. But not only that, but they can also go to, they can go to the primary sources and see for themselves, and engage with Western scholars, Western scholarship, to see how they can, to be able to be well equipped, so they can engage it and critique it and things like that. But we have, so how do we overcome? I guess my question, how do we overcome when we come into that deadlock with the people here, like with the Sudanese people here, for example, or Ethiopian people, here, when we come to the deadlock that science prove, because from their perspective, science proved that ancient Egyptians, whatever way you put it, ancient Egyptians are not the people themselves, the person, the flesh, are not niggers, are not Negro. I mean, and like, and excuse my language, but like how well we can go about that and fight it and smash it down.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a long fight, but it's one in which, even in their racism, they can't argue certain things. So just for example, when in the video clip that I showed about Zahi Hawass, he said that they were dark-skinned, but they were not Negroes. So when we talk about this dark skin, who will show us the modern dark skinned Egyptians? Who are the people that we see on the walls? Show us the modern Egyptians that you said are not Negroes who look like these people here. That's all you got to do. And every single time you ask them that question, they try to skate around the issue. And so that's why I want to know, who was he talking to? Was Zahi Hawass talking to just some random folks, or was he talking to Black Egyptologists, people who are knowledgeable in this field? Why won't he have this discussion with Malana Karanga? Why won't he have this discussion with Mubabenge Bilolo or Abu Bakri?
That's what he said. That he said that in the Egyptian TV, he said that he had this discussion with arguably with Maulana Karinga and like people from the Bay Area, like and when his argument was prevailing, he said that those Zunuj, those niggers, basically were outraged and they lost their temper and they couldn't come up with.
Oh, that was probably because he said some stupid stuff, which like the Egyptians were Black or dark skinned, but they were not Negroes. And they probably, you know how Black folks just, oh, you on that bull, I doubt he ever had a serious, because I think I can understand what was happening now. So this was probably when the King Tut exhibit came to California and there was a protest. I know there was a protest outside.
Yes. That's absolutely right. So that's why, Brother Assad, I was kind of trying even to recognize what kind of historical event that he was referring to.
That was they were probably like talking outside. Like there was no formal discussion and debate because they kept running for it. Everybody kept asking for it. Like, why don't you have a serious sit down, like a conference like they had in they won't have no more 1974 Cairo Symposium conferences because of what Diop and Obinga did. They refused to have those. I think the last one was in 1996
right
in Barcelona, Spain. Again, right. Obinga's there, Bilolo's there, Dr. Alan Anselin was there, Diop's son was there.
Sheikh Diop was there?
No, his son. Yeah, yes, his son was there. Yes. So this was a conference that was happening in Spain. Christopher Ehret was there, and so Obinga and Christopher Ehret was going back and forth over the Afro-Asiatic language phylum. You know, those discussions no more. So I know for a fact that he wasn't engaged. Like he probably, like it was probably like a passing by or something like this, or probably like a news channel or something like. I got to see the tape and to see exactly what's happening. But I doubt he had a serious sit down where the scholars can present and like put something on screen for like the community. And so once you said Maulana Karenga was there, I already know that it had to do with the King Tut exhibit. So because he would have had to go against Maulana Karenga, Professor Manu Ampim.
Right.
Who else is out there? And I mean,
Molefe was there?
Huh?
Asante was there?
Molefe, well, I wouldn't count Molefe as Molefe Asante is knowledgeable, but I wouldn't put him in Egyptology debate. Well, if he was there, he was probably there. But in terms of if Manu and Pim is there or Maulana Karenga is there, Zahi Hawass, he did not prevail on any level. Because Molefe can read the text, but he has minimal knowledge on reading and translating the text. That's not the case with Molefe Asante. No, excuse me, with Maulana Karenga.
Right.
And with Professor Manu and Pim.
And they are happy, and so this is another sort of deadlock, or another kind of point of argumentation or point of problematization, because they will give you that the ancient Egyptians are, as Hawass was saying, this sort of like really deceptive, really hypocritical, like really sort of like trying to be clever, sleight of hand, that they will give you the fact that, okay, ancient Egyptians are dark skinned, they are black, but they are not niggers, because they will say that because and the thing is, brother, the complexity is in how do you even define the terms and define the sort of like the emotional psychology of the collective people. Because the Nubian people, on the other hand, they are extremely racist as well, and Sudanese people, we are extremely racist as well. Ethiopian people, they are extremely racist or anti-black, anti-ourselves, anti-black. Like, they will give you the fact that they are black, they are dark skinned, but they would say that, like Ethiopians, for example, or Nubians, for example, Nubians, even Nubians, that's a constructed term. They didn't call themselves Nubians, but they, like Nubians in the north, they are not niggers. They are dark skinned, but they are not niggers in a sense that they are not like, they are not like, they don't look like Samuel Eto'o from Cameroon, because Samuel Eto'o is a real nigger, but Nubians, we are, and our, we keep emphasizing this to our youngsters in universities and in community college. Like, we tell them that, because they tell us, like, when we go to Sudan, in terms of like, in terms of vacations and things like that, in their affiliation spaces, in their families, when they're trying to talk about this, like Egypt and Nubia and things like that, their family, they characterize the Inca people, and so it's a replication, it's a reproduction of anti-blackness on the east portion part of Africa. So they say they characterize them as these are abid, which means niggers.
Yep.
Like we do this. So like you won't believe how painful, how problematic, and how like how absolutely just like it is so, like it's just I mean, like it's a quandary, and this is what we are, this is what we are against, that like, and they will tell you like, does this nose look like a nigger nose? Like straight up, like does do these lips look like a nigger lips? It's straight up, like, I mean, I don't mean to be provocative, like, but these things are actual material.
And I got something for that in the actual hieroglyphs. So I'm a cite in the One Unity Africa conference that I mentioned earlier that we're going to have in Detroit, Michigan, on April the 30th and May the 1st. I'm a show Hawass and that statement he made, and then I'm gonna show all a number of actual hieroglyphs on the walls for the word for face, and we're going to look at the lips and we're going to look at the noses, and how the Egyptians portrayed the face, the ideal face in their actual script, which contradicts it. And so this is how we know for a fact that like these people aren't serious, and it just is what it is. It's a continuous battle. It's a continuous fight. But our ancestors sent us here because they knew we were up for the task. And
for example, brother, so just one final point. When they refer to figures, like popular figures in Egypt, in modern history of Egypt, like Anwar al-Sadat, the president, like the Egyptian president, because like he's a Nubian president, so he's sort of like he comes from the Nubian genealogy. So I mean, he's not like, because there are people like in Egypt who are just like straight up like the white people that you see here, right? Like people from the Levant or whatever that is, or like people from Armenia or like Greece, or some like that. So they would say that like, so Anwar al-Sadat, for example, is not Anwar al-Sadat doesn't look like Drogba. Anwar al-Sadat is not a nigger. Or like, for example, like Ahmed Zeki, one of the most popular actors in modern history Egypt, right? Ahmed Zeki. Or like, they have like this actor right now, his name is Muhammad Ramadan, so these figures, and also the reconstruction of the noses in terms of Egypt. And one of the things that I try to bring up like all the time, and this is just speculative on my part, that I don't know what I read this, but there were like a thing in the early discovery of so-called quote unquote discovery of Egypt by Napoleon, and then the consequent Champollion, campaign, and that's just how the field and the formation of Egyptology field. They say that I don't know what I read this, but Napoleon himself, when he was led to one of the temples, I think, or one of the tombs, something like that, and he saw some stuff on the wall, because I mean the illustration is right there for anyone to see, and like his face was absolutely blanched, and he was extremely disturbed. And they said that when he came out, like he didn't say anything. He was shocked, and and he said that like his companion, he said that they saying that, you know, like he said to his companion not to reveal anything about like what happened inside. So, you know, like my speculative imagination was, you know, because he's part of that colonial genocidal anti-black, you know, project, right? And most likely he didn't want to believe, psychologically he experienced an extreme form of psychological dissonance or cognitive dissonance. You know, like he didn't want to believe that these people are actually these people that who are so-called inferior, like monkeys and all that. These are the people who are these are the sophisticated people who created this culture and this civilization and the script and you know and everything, you know. But you know, of course, I can't prove that, but you know, like it's just you know, like but you like you hear this a lot, you know, like the fact that these Nubian people, and even the Nubian people will tell you that, like, you know, they are not niggers like American niggers, except the ones who are mulatto. So the ones who are mulatto here in America, they can sort of like associate themselves with East Africans, you know. So I mean, you know, it's very complicated, and it just all comes from for me, you know, like the main problem, even in terms of science, when we're talking about genetics, when we talk, you know, like every discourse or every field of inquiry, every scientific field, there is this big elephant in the room that is called anti-blackness, and how, you know, how we are, you know, phenotypically and skin-wise and body-wise, how we are kind of viewed and constructed, and you know, we can be anything at any time. We can be anything at any time, you know. So it's very it's extremely annoying and sometimes extremely frustrating.
Indeed. Yeah. This is stuff that we talk about, you know, all the time, and we brought up those same points, and we just understand it, of course, as, you know, the Arab culture and the inherent racism and anti-Africanness in that. And then, of course, you do not have to be non-African to be anti-African. And we have that here in the United States with certain African Americans who are anti-black, anti-African, and of course you will have it on the continent as well. And but I do appreciate your you coming on and sharing your views with us. And then come back again when we have another open discussion. And I see the comment by Mr. Trey Day. 90 says, "Let me speak, Asar." Link is pinned to the top, and I'm gonna let it go on for another 5 minutes. So I know it's gonna be a slight delay before you hear me.
Do you want me to?
I'm sorry.
Do you want me to send you? Do you want me to try to look up for the videos or the incidents?
Yes, please. If you find it, please send it to me, and I'll review it. I appreciate it, Greg.
Yeah, we correspond through the emails anyway. Yeah.
All righty. Indeed. So yeah, Mr. Trey Day, if you are watching, you know, I'll wait.
Thank you, bro. Thank
3 minutes. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'll wait 3 minutes so that you can, you know, hit the link. And, you know, so if you don't come on within the next 3 minutes, I'm going to end the show. And there he goes. So let me add you to the screen. Peace and blessings, Trey Day 90. Welcome to the Mbongi. What's your question and what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Asar, man? I've been following you for a minute, man. I'm a regular on Egypt Search, one of the most hated. Yeah, I'm very adamant on the ancient Egyptians and the Bantu and Niger-Congo connection. For whatever reason, there are people who call themselves Afrocentrics or whatever who are just petrified to even make this leap or make this leap into truth. And I see that you took the scholarship and you took it there. And for that, I mean, I'm just telling you, bro, I mean, you're going to be one of the most, you know, respected men, you know, when this becomes, you know, out there, you know, in academia, you're going to be the leader. You know, just FYI. I mean, you know, but I'm sure you know that. But I mean,
they really going to be mad because matter of fact, I need to hurry up and turn in my abstract. But like I'm gearing up. It's not going to solely be me, but I'm gearing up to begin a new discipline, an academic scholarly discipline, and which we call Into-Com. And this is one of the reasons for the creation of the Delany Center for Egyptology. And we're going to come out with a journal, and we're coming out with a new discipline, which the orientation, so like many of the scholars, matter of fact, let me, and I'll use this as a segue into exactly what I'm saying. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to share, let me see, let me make sure that, we said that pops up in the same. So yeah, so I'll share this. So this author, can y'all see that? Let me, all right, so let me, so this author here is, you know, Dr. Thomas Schneider, right? And he's a professor of Egyptology in Near Eastern Studies, Department of Classical, Near Eastern, and Religious Studies at the University of British Columbia, right?
Okay.
And so notice his phenotype and, you know, his name, and so you can kind of guess where his ancestry is.
I got you.
Without us even having a debate on the existence of race, we can just, right? So here's a text, and so let me shout out first and foremost the brother Garfield Reed, who shared this, or some excerpts from this book in a private chat. So
Garfield from Sonetta, right?
Correct, Garfield Reed from Sonetta.
Okay.
So he, and thanks to Brother Wujawu for actually sending me the text. So so the text is called, that he wrote, Dr. Schneider, Ancient Egypt Investigated. So this is the cover, 101 Important Questions and Intriguing Answers, right? Okay. So I think, and that may be too far. I think it's 4, right? Okay. So as the title gives us, it's, and can you see that? I don't know if that shows up. Okay. Yeah, it does. All right. So what the title of the book is, 101 essentially questions and answers about ancient Egypt. So him as an Egyptologist is going to answer all of those pertinent questions that, you know, you have been dying to know. And since he is an authority and an Egyptologist, you're just supposed to take his word for it. But the first thing that, so before I get to it, so we're going to go to question number 4. Why is ancient Egypt so central to Afrocentrism? So my question as an Africologist is, what qualifies you to talk about Afrocentricity? And why are you calling it Afrocentrism? Afrocentrism doesn't exist. It's not a religion. It's a research methodology, as well as a tool for living, in terms of orienting, seeing the Africans as subjects of their own history. And when you're talking about African phenomena, to first observe and to respect the position of the Africans themselves. And so what you find is researchers like this, of this complexion, phenotype, in history, and ancestry, who will then make it upon themselves to become authorities on matters for which they have not studied. And so they ask stupid questions like this. Why is ancient Egypt so central to Afrocentrism? And I'm just waiting to see if he quotes anybody, any Africologist, to answer this question. But no. But let's see what he starts off with. He says, Egypt is mostly viewed by who? As a Near Eastern culture. And even modern Egypt is primarily understood as part of the Middle East and the Mediterranean world. So if we was to use due diligence's logic, what Near East? Near East of what? What do you mean the Middle East? These worlds didn't exist. They had no concept of the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Near East of what? But then he has to state this fact next. At the same time, however, Egypt is a part of the African continent, and as such represents its oldest civilization. So again, for due diligence, you see what context is? Egypt is a part of the African continent, which makes it African by geography, and as such represents its oldest civilization. The Afrocentric political movement, first of all, while we understand to a certain degree that essentially all things are politics, it's not start off as no political movement. It started off as an academic movement, as a way to critique and properly research scholarship on Africa and how to properly present its information and its data. So he's already framing the conversation as if this was just some political movement, some ideological movement, which shows that he hasn't studied Africology at all, which has been especially important in the United States and France. And he lays claims to Egypt as a Black African culture. Its adherents call on traditional scholarship to acknowledge that this more African ancient Egypt was not only superior to Greek culture. Who made this claim? What scholar?
There's this, in my opinion, I mean, those are just projections, man. I mean, white people, when it comes to this whole Egypt thing, I mean, there needs to be a massive book written about their obsession with obfuscating and lying about this from the 1790s to now. There needs to be a massive book of all the attempts from Seligman to C. Lower Embrace to all these motherfuckers who felt like, I mean, it's flabbergasting when you think about it, because it's like, it never ends with these people. It never ends. They will frame an Afrocentric argument around Cleopatra. Well, the Afrocentrics argue that Cleopatra, she was a Black person. Okay, that's not true. She was Macedonian. It's like, bitch, nobody is centering nothing around no damn Cleopatra. We're talking about the Bulgarians. We're talking about. And
that's why, like in this line here, I'm like, who? You notice that there's no citation information on the stuff that he's saying. He's just making this stuff up. But let's continue.
Yeah,
but also that the Western culture derives from Egypt. Who made that claim? What text, what page? A fact that they say is denied by Eurocentric scholarship. It seems that the Afrocentric fixation on Europe and the West is actually itself Eurocentric and Western. By what logic? Because we focus on correcting the misinformation that Eurocentric scholars, people around the world have been fighting against Eurocentric misinformation. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, the Africans, the Native Americans, the South Americans. Everybody in the world has the misinformation from the pseudoscience that originate among European people. And so him not understanding this, he makes a stupid ass claim that they have a fixation. They're not fixated. That's why it's called Afrocentricity, not Eurocentricity. Give a rat's ass about Europe. We just understand the context in which we exist, and that a lot of our people are first educated amongst Europeans. And so you have to correct the misinformation that they have about history in the world and other people. That's why there's a focus on Eurocentrism and Arab centrism, because the Chinese ain't invaded Africa, at least in a military sense, and created schools and miseducated African people. The Japanese haven't done it. The Native Americans haven't done it. Indians ain't fly over to Africa and enslave and miseducate people. The Native Australians haven't done it. The penguins out of the South Pole didn't come and miseducate the Africans. It's European people and Arabs. So that's the focus when we talk about the misinformation in history.
I think just being on Twitter space, I mean, there's a group called the Hotel Club or whatever. I'm in it, and we just kind of, when we got free time, we just kind of give it to these Arabs, and we give it to their asses, and they block us and all that. Report I post and all that. But I mean, one of the things I know is that they're trying to fall back on, because they know the European connection that they initially tried to assert. They know that that's false. So what they're trying to do now is they're trying to make it this Hamitic type of thing. That's the new thing. Well, they were Hamitic. They were related to Somalis. They were related to modern Ethiopians.
Exactly.
And it's like, and I noticed like the Somalis, oh my God, they are some of the most delusional people on earth. And I don't mean to be mean, but homie, if you don't believe me, go on Twitter space. Go on Twitter space and see the shit that and it be hundreds of them in there. And they be on this whole, yes, we were the Egyptians. And I'm like, brother, you are a nomad. You chase food. How do you go from building a civilization around farm? I mean, literally, the Egyptian civilization is the religion itself. The Osirian religion is based on agriculture. The underworld, Asar, he's the one who, according to them, he's the one who pushes the plants up through the soil. I mean, it's based on agriculture, and you people chase food. You're nomads. The Greeks did not say that the Horn of Africa was oh my goodness, in the land of Punt. Oh my goodness, that's their claim to fame right there. And they completely misconstrued what it meant. The land of Punt was centered in Uganda around the Great Lakes. E. Wallace Ball said that. The Hunifer Papyrus said that, but for whatever reason, they want to just Somalia. It was the land of Punt. Yes, and helps you with yes. She come yes, and it's like, brother. So, what cultural connections can you actually name that you people have between yourself and Kemet besides this fable that she came to Somalia? I mean, it's the most. The Hamitic shit has to be stomped out. I think you should just really get in on what, because like between the Afro-Asiatic nonsense and just a side note, these Horners, they don't want to acknowledge that they're black because they say this is a Western concept. We would not accept it. But they will go around and tout that they are Afro-Asiatic and Cushitic. That was a German word. A German guy put that on you. The word Cushitic. So it's like so you would accept that. Because, I mean, it's crazy, bro. But like I said, bro, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, because they really don't have an answer to anything you're saying. The comparisons you do, like I post those all the time. They just run from them. They don't have any answer. They just regurgitate what Christopher Everett says. And bro, please go in on Christopher Everett, bro, because
that's coming.
Dude,
it is. It's coming.
He's the most.
And we've addressed Christopher Everett in certain claims. Like he's been getting. The problem is that his thrashing has been done in a lot of French literature. So there hasn't been really much in English against outside of European scholars who, but they're still in the kind of the same framework, but they go in on Christopher Ehret and his what do you call it? His classifications and arguments and stuff like that. But they all still believe in Afro-Asiatic, Niger, Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and all that good stuff. But the point I was getting to is that you still have scholars like this who as I stated, when you come here to talk about this Near Eastern culture and Middle Eastern and whatnot. So into the orientation is going to be like we say that it is Nile River studies, not Middle Eastern, not Near Eastern studies, ancient Kemet and Nile River studies. So I want to say it was Herodotus who said that the Nile River was the gift of the Nile. I mean, Egypt was the gift of the Nile, meaning that its culture and its society was reliant on the Nile, not the Mediterranean. And so the Nile, however, like when you understand all of the cultures and civilization that emerges from the beginning of the Nile in both Congo and in Ethiopia, and then going through Uganda and Kenya and the Sudan, etc., and in Egypt, you start to make better sense of it. And so the whole focus of the discipline is to reorient, and that's why it's called Intukan, as part of the greater Africology discipline. So you can go to universities and get degrees in Africology, and now we're starting our own Egyptology wing.
I love it, man.
And so these relationships between Bantu and Egypt and even the other groups, the Cushitic languages and so-called Chadic and all of that will be done in a very systematic way, but it'll be done where we don't exclude, where it's not taboo to talk about ancient Kemet and Congo, for example, because we've already established using the scientific method. And anybody who just don't agree, they can kiss our ass, because we're going to go where the evidence goes, and that's just how we do. So we're not going to be part of those people that deny history or whatnot. And so it just becomes scholarly. We just need that, especially in the English speaking world.
Real talk.
And so that's what's on the horizon. So this is why I don't have time to argue with Arabized Russian bots, who want to troll YouTube, because we have these bigger fish to fry. So once you start destroying their scholars and and inviting them, see, this is what we need. The Cairo Symposium was conducted in French by the French. Everybody spoke French, and there was only audio recording. There was no visual recording of the conference. So you could, if you go to Uncle Online, the journal started by Sheikh Anta Diop's son and headed by Dr. Theophilo Benga. There's some clips, some audio clips from the 1974 Cairo Symposium. But if you understand French, you'll be able to comprehend what is going on. But there hasn't. So even the 1996 symposium in Barcelona, Spain wasn't recorded. What we need is a video recorded,
so
damn near week-long conference where everything can be addressed and it can be recorded, and there is a book or series of books on the conference where the participants can put their stuff in writing, and that be like the kind of the center and the focal point of the essential debate, because everyone keeps, not the Africans, because the Africans want the smoke, but everyone wants the debate. I mean, everyone else is trying to avoid the debate because they understand where we're at with the scholarship now and what that means for traditionally held views in regards to ancient Egypt.
Yeah,
and that's what they're trying to avoid.
See, I was going to ask you, man, because I heard about Theophilo Benga, kicking Efra's ass back in, I think, 94 or 96 or something like that. And
yeah, that was at that Barcelona, Spain conference.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that needs to be public knowledge, man, because I mean, literally, that is the backbone behind these people trying to deny that the Bantu and related people, were related to Kemet. Like that's the backbone of it. Is the language was Afro-Asiatic, and I mean, it's just when you deal with people who, their whole identity is based on a connection with this Afro-Asiatic nonsense. I mean, it becomes pathetic, man. And like I said, man, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. And please put Christopher Everett on the Summer Jam screen. And if you have time, if you ever have time, just lay it on the motherfucking Arabs up there, because I'm sick of them. And it pissed me off when I heard it. They threatening motherfuckers and shit like that. Like,
exactly.
Like that pissed me off. I'm like, brother, do you know?
But Hyde won't use their real name and won't use their real face.
Right.
Hiding behind fake accounts threatening folks. I'm like, I've never seen so many cowards in my life in one setting.
I mean, it's like, brother, if y'all want it like that, brother, I mean, I guarantee we got more fire than y'all on that situation.
Exactly.
I guarantee that, brother. But like you said, they really don't want it. They some punk ass Arabs. I'm sick of them, and they're some of the most disingenuous people on earth, in my opinion, just because they do that shit.
Exactly.
But I appreciate your work, man. I ain't gonna hold you up, man. But man, just please do that for me. Go in on Christopher Everett's punk ass, please.
Indeed. Well, I appreciate you coming on and for your commentary and for y'all continued support. And we're going on 5 hours now, so I'm actually ending the show right now. But before I do, I've seen this person ask this question twice. Mott asks, is Jean-Claude Mboli working on a new book? Yes. And the book is going to be a continuation of his Origin of African Languages books that was published in 2010. And in that book, he discussed the relationship of the Negro Egyptian language family and the birth of Semitic and Indo-European. And so now this new book that he's working on is focused on Semitic and Indo-European and adding new scholarship and insight to those two language families and their African origin. So it should be a very good text. I am highly anticipated. It is highly anticipated for me, at least. I can't wait for it to be released. But yes, he is currently working on it. And so he's close to finishing it from the last time that I spoke with him. So, maybe in the next year or so, we should see it. So just be on the lookout. But yes, he is working on that text. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all for joining the conversation. Make sure that you purchase your tickets for the One Africa Power and Unity Conference, Saturday, April the 30th, and Sunday, May the 1st, 2022, live in Detroit, Michigan. For those of you who are going, it'll be at the DoubleTree Hotel at 925 West Lafayette Boulevard, Detroit, Michigan. And for those who can't make it, it will be live streamed. And if y'all want to find me on my social media addies, these are the links and sources. And so I do appreciate each and every one of you again for your continued support. And those of you who donated today, it is greatly appreciated once again. And I value each and every one of your opinions and questions. And, we get closer to the truth with these kinds of civil interactions. So with that said, y'all have a blessed week, and I will see you next time. Peace out.